Welcome to a very special edition of our puzzle stream, which we haven't run a Maker 2 in quite some time. And because of that, we had missed out on one of the major puzzle community events of the first few months of the year, which is the Tower Escape Puzzle Contest, which Anne Mario has very helpfully just linked in the chat. We're going to begin with the demonstration puzzle. The requirements were fairly loose and flexible when it came to the contest itself. Mostly the entries had to involve some kind of navigation or traversal through a contiguous vertical subworld. And we'll see exactly how that plays out. We won't be playing everything on the spreadsheet. I'll mostly be prioritizing people that I already kind of recognize in the community or who show up on the stream as viewers. So we won't be playing all 36 of the entries, since that would take probably several weeks. But we'll hopefully get a sense of some of the best puzzles that were developed in January and February, as soon as we've played the demo by Grikowski, who hosted this on top of some of the other contests that were previously presented, such as Deserted Yoshi late last year. Anyway, here's the 4th floor Hotel of Horror. Your room is 404, but the elevator is somewhat tricky. Let's take a look. Now, do be advised that I have not been playing puzzle levels in quite some time. We might be quite rusty here, but we'll see if we can make this work. Okay, Super Mario World Ghost House, and here's a very helpful one-up, as well as a pipe. It looks like it will eventually be the exit out the other side, and then we'll hopefully go right instead of left after that. Love the tracks that created a railing on the staircase, by the way. This is a nice touch. Just for that extra three-dimensional effect. Anyway, here's a dry bones that's under a chandelier, because this is the hotel reception. And here is floor number 1. On-off switch, yeah, this looks like the conveyor is just going to operate an elevator. We need to unlock it in order to move the cannon upwards so we can get the dry bone shell. I think that's fairly understandable. The stretch boos that are embedded up top look like they are just purely there for aesthetic reasons. Notice that this does look kind of like a face with 2 eyes that are popping in and out. Looks like we will also have to probably kick the shell in some fashion. Oh, whoops. In order, or throw the shell rather, in order to traverse this upwards. The resets look as though they are going to be paired floor to floor, but we should remember that there is the bone shell down there, and in case we have some reason to go back and get it. If you tap this over here, you can continue to move things up. I think that there will probably be some benefit to keeping items loaded. Oily Olive. Tower Escape is a level contest that ran earlier this year, and all of the puzzles were required to have some kind of major section that involved going up and down a contiguous vertical subworld. And so we're playing the kind of demonstration puzzle that showed off the idea behind the concept. So yeah, it looks like we can sort of move the P-switch up with this probably. Notice that the P-switch, if you activate it, it does kind of lock you out here. Oh, here's something important to know, actually, is that the P-switch would stop the conveyor. If it stops the conveyor, then we... Well, that might be important. Let's see if the P-switch gets squashed or anything. I think we'll have to hit it. And then we'll see what happens. Nothing, except the P-switch drops on the other side. Okay. Probably we'll want to bring it back down and use it to do some kind of additional manipulation. With the dry bone shell, but let's see, it came down here. And Grikowski, welcome. Grikowski, of course, the host and creator of this contest, whose level we are playing right now, as I try to recover my memory of how to play puzzles, which has not been something we've exercised much lately. Watch this. What if I kind of tuck the P sort of halfway here? I'm just curious. Okay, so that does work. And that's important to know, because I think that will be the key to something important. Likewise, yeah, of course, if the P gets activated, we have to... no, there's probably no benefit to that. Let's... At least not that I can see right now. Let's see. Well, anyway, that's an interaction that we should keep in mind. Right now, I haven't thought so much about how we're going to go downstairs. Also notice that there is a bit of camera manipulation that is possible if you respawn through the door. That doesn't seem to change very much, though. Okay, so... we know there's the bone shell down there. We know that ideally we'd like to find some way to... well, go further up, basically. We know that this can crush the P-switch. And we need some way to activate the on-off switch from this side, probably. So let's see how that's going to work. If you hit this... oh, whoops, no, let's do the crush once again. If we can. And then you can shift this again. And that should actually slide the entire stack. Hang on, that's not it. I'm almost certainly missing something very easy to pick up by my standards, but yeah. We can have the P respawn. We can also have the P situated from over here. That doesn't do much for me right now. As you can see, that is going to be the top level. Ideally, we'll want to move this entire stack down and then get on top of the cannon and kind of ride my way over the lift. And yeah, Oily Olive, no worries. Come by sometime when we are platforming again. And we reset through. Yeah, notice that if we reset through, then there's this initial positioning of the lift that happens. Now, if the P-switch has been set, and then you reset through, the P door is in place, then... that's going to move down, okay. Yeah, because ideally I want this to be in the on state, and then I want to move on up. However, say we move this guy down. We really have to think this through properly. We can also do that. That's interesting. We hadn't thought about doing that on the lower level, but that's because we only had the bone shell to work with. So now that we have the key... well, let's think about this. How do we proceed? Key goes here. So yeah, so it's the cannons that are the objects that are actually being moved by the conveyor belt either way. I think if we... kind of do like this mid-shift. But then the conveyors just resume immediately after that, so it's not really going to be effective. Yeah, because either way, it's going to be limited by where the conveyors will start and stop down below, so... We're going to have 2 seconds here. We are going to restart, but... Let's consider this. Also, let's see the external decoration, too. Consider what we're dealing with here. Potentially 4 floors, if you judge this by the exterior artwork. Dry bones over here in the reception. I think respawning in depending on the on and off state is going to matter quite a bit. Because if you spawn in with the off, then it starts out in this initial position and it's able to move objects upwards. Now, if you come through here with the shell already in place, that's still not going to affect this first interaction here. Notice that there's only going to be one key door that is relevant anywhere here. I'm also considering whether the bone shell invincibility is going to be of any use. Looks like this is going to completely block me either way though, so that's not going to be it. We pretty much have to do what we did before and fire this away. Unless I can think of a reason not to. No, I think we have to do it as the opening step. Game sound cut out, that's exactly why we run demonstration levels early if we can. Let me see if we can fix it. I was hoping not to run into this today, but we'll be back in just a moment. Okay, should be back. Now let's see here. Oh, I need the bone shell again. Let's tap this, move it on up. Grab the bone shell once more. I'm thinking about the cannonball positioning and whether that would end up being something potentially useful, and also the possibility of doing an up throw into a shell down here, which would just reset you to the initial state. So I think this is going to be the way, at least for now. Then, so what you can do is you need to ideally make it back down. So when we came up here, we were in the off state, right? So if you reset through, then everything scrolls. But if you reset through in the on state, then what do you get? That's just the initial positioning, yep. Okay. Let's see. Now, what else can we use to activate? So I think it is going to be something like a halfway interaction where we use the P-switch, stop this, except the P-switch needs to be activated on the other side, right? So, okay, no, I think we actually had the right idea earlier, that the P-switch needs to be activated with this push, because that will stop. No, it won't. It'll just move that ledge. But if the P-switch stops in this position, then yeah, I can't get over that. And that's going to be the upper limit regardless. It's almost something... It's almost certainly something very obvious that I'm just not thinking about. Let's see here. Yeah, you can tell I haven't played this stuff in a while. So, the P-switch stopping the conveyor is important. The fact that when you activate the P-switch, you can reverse the switch... yeah, because I'd be trapped in this side. I need some way to activate the on-off switch and the P-switch while standing over here, ideally. And currently I don't see what that's going to be. I think it may involve something to do with the door reset, something to do with the fact that, like, maybe I'd have access to the second P-switch over there. Yeah, main issue is the fact that I get gated off by this. I'm also at the same time thinking about whether there's a way to push myself back down, given that reacquiring the bone shell in some fashion could turn out to be useful. So we know that this is going to be a nudge that doesn't activate the switch. We know that that's not true of the reverse, that the reverse will activate the P-switch remotely, although there's no benefit to doing that rather than just tapping the P-switch manually myself. Activation of the P-switch is going to block me off over here. So yeah, I mean, we could just run it. That was maybe the obvious thing I was looking for. Because now we have a situation where we no longer get gated off by the P-switch if we choose to do a reactivation. Amazing how often I don't consider just run a little bit faster as a solution to anything, really. So yeah, because I want to take the bone shell up with me, for sure, because then that gives me the extra jump. Let's see, let's set this thing down safely. Let's then tap the on-off switch. We'll hit the P-switch to prepare it. We'll set the elevator to up. We'll go up. Okay. And then we do need to tap this again. And then that should allow me to move on up. No, I mean, I use this now to hit the on-off switch. But before I do that, I should probably take the P with me. So I need to fire this, but also grab the P. And that's okay, we can do that. I'm careful. I'm likely to maybe not be very careful. Okay. Take the P up here, we'll grab the checkpoint with 20 seconds remaining, which is stylish. Yeah, no block below that guy. And then the POW, well, we'll see. It looks like the idea will be to get squished through this. I mean, I can get pushed through regardless, but the bone shell might also be relevant. The thing that immediately comes to mind with the POW is that with the bone shell, we actually only needed one additional tile to make this jump. And yes, a document. This is indeed a marvel of elevator design. Okay, so anyway, we got a checkpoint. The checkpoint actually... Well, the thing that it was doing for me was getting me the... POW. That's okay, we'll just repeat this interaction. We lost some progress. That's the first time I've seen anyone kick the shell to hit the switch like that on floor 2. I didn't think that was cheese. I thought that was fairly likely to be the solution, actually. So you learn something new every day. Anyway, let's take the POW down to the lower level. That's, after all, what the checkpoint is for. And we want to take everything all the way back down. So we'll park the POW over here. We'll take the P and then we'll run it. Same idea as before. And now we have access to all 3 items. Having access to all 3 items, let's keep the POW loaded up here. That's likely where I do want it. And then we'll do the same thing as before. Setting down the shell with a little bit of a jump is always a bit of a nuisance, but we'll do it. And regardless, we just need the switch first. It's P. Tap this up. P is going to reload from the pipe up above. And then... oh yeah, we need to move this. And let's see what we can do with this now, because the P switch I will probably... Oh, hey, this is actually not going to be enough height, which is... Oh, yes it is. Yeah, I would still need everything to move up this way. You kick the shell, then you get the P and the POW, but then you're kind of back to where you were before, because P and POW was the end state of how we did this earlier. We want, ideally, an object that we're going to use here. And... well, let's... first of all, also grab some keys here, perhaps. We know we only need 1. We know that moving the POW and the P back up will not actually be progress, but... that moving the P switch upstairs... well, that's what we did previously, right? Like, how did we go upstairs last time? Yeah, we took the P upstairs, kicked the shell, got the P and the POW up there. And then we need to think about what it is I'm doing at this point, because we want to get pushed through, and at the same time... yeah, just raise this. Okay, that's good. Actually, no, that's probably sufficient for what I want to do. Now, notice that the off switch is placed in such a way that we can't hit it directly with the shell, so what we're going to do instead is place the POW directly underneath. The POW hit should bump the off switch. Well, we need it on the other state first. Let's hit this. Then we'll kick this over. No. Why did I think that would work? No. Of course that wouldn't. We wanted... yeah, we wanted shell to move over. Yeah, no. It was because there was a similar interaction that I've seen before that uses a block hit. It doesn't change this, of course, but I was thinking of something else completely. Well, we no longer have a POW, so we do need a reset door. But anyway, we know how to get Bone Shell and POW up there, which is important. If we can get Bone Shell and P up there, that might be interesting. Or if we can get all three objects up there. Then the P-switch and the POW could be placed in such a way that it duplicates what's going on essentially with this platform by allowing the Bone Shell to sail across. Notice that the Bone Shell only needs one object here, in fact, to cover 2 additional spaces. So if we had POW plus 2 additional spaces, that probably would have done it as a chain. Yeah, Grikowski, I was probably thinking about on-off under POW or something similar. And so yes, Glitch, indeed, we're doing the example level first, and then we're going to do some of the other contest entries in an order of my choosing. Now, one thing I would actually like to do here is maybe take a death to reset the timer, but I think we, failing that, would just want to grab the POW. Yeah, no, because it's a fairly long sequence to reset if I can't just SD my way out, but that's okay. Actually, we kind of can if I just take a hit from the cannon. That seems like it's probably the easiest way to do that. And yeah, Glitch, I am finally catching up on this. I missed the contest partly because I was quite busy early in the year, and also because I was spending all my stream time doing Mario Maker 1. And so this is really my first actual puzzle stream of 2022, I think. Like a dedicated puzzle session. And you still have a few judges playing levels? Yeah, that's great, because it means I won't be going in with my expectations spoiled. Like I was saying earlier in the stream, I am not planning to play all 36. I'm planning to at least prioritize the people I know and recognize. And any viewers who might show up, and other than that, also go through anything that might have come as a special personal recommendation. But mostly, I've been putting off all the Tower Escape levels by all the people I know, never mind the people I don't, so... Yeah, so same idea as before, we wanted to use the POW to... We didn't really need to take it all the way. But... yeah, we'll... nope, that's not what I wanted. That's okay. Let's wait. And then, whoops, wrong way. Always lose track of this kind of thing. That's probably okay, in fact. I don't really need that. I need the shell, and I need the POW to be available once I take the shell out. This is where I discovered that I don't remember the vertical loading rules very well. And yeah, we're gonna take the shell up here. We're going to move everything down. Smack the P. Move everything up. And go up. Now, also, before I forget, let's do that. Now stays loaded. No glitch, because the POW is on top of the cannon. And... yeah, vertical subworlds work differently, shall we say. Can we escort the Bone Shell and the P upstairs? Not very easily. I mean, you can always do a bit of a head bump like this. Probably not the way to do it, though. We will have to think about that. Let's do this the way I knew how, though, which is take the bone shell, jump up, move everything up, without the P-switch. And so yeah, I needed 2 spaces, so this was actually going to be enough. If you placed a PAL like this, this should hit. Let's toggle the switch to the appropriate state first, though. And well, that happened. Let's just see if we can take the cannonball death. There we go. Yeah, no, I know how to do it. Let's just wrap around quickly and not make mistakes like falling into the abyss. Down we go. Yeah, it doesn't particularly matter. We'll not pretend that we're speeding through this or anything. I should just pay attention to the up and down arrows instead of thinking about this purely in terms of switch state. But that would be the sensible thing to do, and we don't do that around here, not on a puzzle day. Okay, let's come over here. Load this back down. No, that's correct. I kind of get the feeling that I will have to eventually figure out how to get the P upstairs, but till that time... Hang on. We'll move this up. And then we'll move this into position. We will not try to completely blow it this time. And then, okay, like this. That was a little too far. It needed to be like this. Except with the... Yeah, okay, let's redo it. Let's redo it. I was thinking about it in terms of the spacing that I saw down below. That was not quite correct. Anyway. Oh yeah, we need to reset this anyway, so I have to keep track of the door here. And yeah, this is actually not going to be great. Let's just see if we can take a hit here, just to get things back on track. Okay, let's not mess up quite so badly. Yeah, totally forgot about a reset on that bone shell earlier. That was a mistake. Okay, let's move it up. And back down. And back up. Okay, same idea. Hang on. Are you serious? Let's... do that. Oh, wrong state. Hang on. Let's pay attention here. Yeah, it's slightly offset when it's in the off state. That's what I was running into, is that the the cannon positioning is actually slightly higher than the line of the tile that would allow you to sneak through with the bone shell. Hence that little discrepancy. Okay, let's try this again. This should work if we kind of do it halfway like this. As long as the bone shell doesn't go down and hit the POW. There we go. Up the staircase, and then what do we got here? I forgot the key. We knew how to get the key in the first place, and I just completely forgot to do it. Do you like how that works, even though it's not the intended way? We'll have to go back and get the key. Also, ZZZ Brady21, thank you for coming in with the raid. Let me just give you a quick shout out while we think about what the intended solution could possibly be if this was not the case. Hope the Mario Karting went well. I take it you've been enjoying the new content that's been patched in with the booster course pass. Anyway, this looks like it's a bit of a dining hall or something. This looks like it's a bedroom. Let's catch some Zeds. And yeah, here's a bit of a twice, I guess, or not a very convincing one. It's just checkpoint 2 outside of this building, with a door rather than a pipe on top, so it's kind of like a shadow version. You like the blue gingham flimsy tablecloth? Yes, that's what it is. Okay. I knew it was some kind of dining, I just didn't know exactly how to interpret it. This looks like it's the right side of the section that we saw earlier with the booze for eyes. I guess I couldn't make that jump after all, and here's a creepy clock. Trying to rack up those extra points for aesthetics. And here's a music segment, I bet. Or just a heart. So we are going to do this again quickly for the key door, because... Anyway, here's the heartbeat effect that's actually punctuated by the heartbeat. So is this the part where we awake from the realization that this level was just a dreamscape that was caused by a cardiac arrest? Or is it something else? We are going through it to see the key. Because we didn't pop out the pipe at the top of the hotel initially, and of course there was the higher exit up top. Let's try it again. And the 1, 2, 3, 4 thing at the end with the indications there, I don't really know what that was about, but let's redo it my way. Like I said, I have no clue what the alternate solution could be. And having found my solution, I feel like I'm going to have a bit of tunnel vision for what this is. Oh, okay, those are supposed to be room numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4 on that floor. I see. 4 on the floor. Yeah, you see, rushing over here to go down was something that had just escaped my notice for the longest time, because I am so accustomed to slow-paced and almost turn-based interactions when it comes to going through a puzzle, and that is unfortunately sometimes a very poor assumption of mine, that I can just, you know, not worry too much about timing. Gets me into a lot of trouble with puzzle designs by some other people. So this step here was the one that you were telling me was kind of a cheese. In terms of getting up to the POW. Whoops, on the next floor. Don't forget the key. Yeah. That was the whole point of doing this. Okay. We'll go under. We'll go up. We'll hit the checkpoint, and we know how to get the key post-checkpoint, so I'm not too concerned about it. Do we need to P-switch down low? Yes, we do. Yes, we definitely do. But it's not a big deal because we can get the P-switch a second time. You can tell me the intended way. I don't know that I'll necessarily try it on this attempt, but you can describe it for me, and if it's not too far gone, then we can potentially inspect that. All you need is the P-switch on floor 3. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'll go back to floor 3 and look at that when I get back there. I could have won, actually. Okay. So we're just overcomplicating things. Which is good practice for puzzles that require you to overcomplicate things. Yeah, because I don't actually need to do all this shuttling the POW back and forth. That was just kind of on the assumption that I might need it. Oh, and I forgot the bone shell again. Because it would reset on it. Dry shell wasn't supposed to hit the on-off switch without the P-switch to increase the ground. Oh, okay, so taking the P-switch upstairs in the first place was likely to bring me success. Well, let's go back and try that, because we have the opportunity to do so after that mistaken bit just now, where I realized that if I am not starting from checkpoint, I have to re-obtain a bone shell from scratch. Wait, hang on. Let's move the P-switch. Oh, yeah, because using the P-switch to brace the shell. Yeah, of course. That makes sense. Hang on. Let's drop this guy. Hit the P. Do everything in a very convoluted fashion, which is just the way we like it. Right, because I'm currently doing this with a method that works from checkpoint and which kind of runs into trouble if you... Well, I mean, you can always reset through here. If you reset through here ahead of time, like you carry the POW through here, and then you ensure that a bone shell spawns below. That would have been the way to do it. Dry shell wasn't supposed to hit the on-off without the P-switch to increase the ground. Oh, you mean through the 2-tile slot here. Okay. Let's do it this way then. Oh, that's interesting. Wait a minute, that's interesting. What did I do differently? Oh, okay. It's funny, I didn't even stop to think about that since my previous method was totally reproducible. Yeah, no wonder that wasn't picked up in testing, if it's something that's very positionally dependent, possibly even dependent on my running speed, in fact. Like, it might be something that's run speed related. But, or based on the throw versus the kick. But then I just kicked it previously, right? So I don't know why that would be different. Curious. Yeah, because let's say we drop here. Maybe it was the edge position. Yeah, so that time I was running into it, and maybe that was something that acted differently. I wonder if the world record holder did that. Let's see. 115. Right, because we have the P-switch here. Oh, okay. No. I get it. Except... yeah. And then you just hit the P-switch. And do things this way. Like a sensible person. The things we don't think of. Yeah, we even get a free POW out of the deal. Hey. Oh, okay, we invaded their privacy in the honeymoon penthouse, where they're too busy watching television. We interrupted their evening program of watching my puzzle stream. And, oh, we didn't even look at the dining area? Oh, no, that's the way in. Okay. After we... yeah, let's keep track of which door I'm looking at any given point in time. Do not disturb. Well, we disturbed them, so... too bad. Checkpoint here is specifically to prevent timeout issues, I would imagine. Unfortunately, can't quite reach that. I suppose if you... oh, I see. Like, if you actually have a way of keeping the bone shell up to this point, which you could do if you escorted the bone shell up the way I did. Although I think I didn't escort bone shell and P, though, so that wouldn't work. Anyway. There we go. 6 seconds, we are actually not going to make it. And here's a cardiac arrest. Anyway, we've seen a level, so... we got it. Yeah, thank you for the GG again. Now that we've seen how to do things the easy way. Document, if you're still here, I'll pull yours up next. Because I know you do have one on the list. I could have timed that death a little better with the EKG, yeah. And yeah, Document, I'll pull yours up. For those just joining us, there is a massive series of codes. If you're interested. I'm just skimming through this to see if we have any interesting illustrations. Somebody says it's creative but aggravating. This guy didn't like to pee. Probably stared at that for a while for a very similar reason. This guy died of the cardiac arrest as well. Oh, a street rat. Okay, of course he did. Who are these people spoiling with comments? Not very courteous people, I would imagine. Anyway, let's see if we can pull up Document's code. 0T7 2PL 78G. 50% of the comments on Cosmic Compass are here. I almost think that somebody should put in a couple of dummy comments in a level like that just to be extra misleading. Run somebody into a spike. Anyway, Behind Bars by Document. You're locked up, but it looks like some items may fit between these bars. Let's get into the contest proper and see how this goes. And thank you once again for all the GGs. We're in jail. This is an item check, not that we're here with any items. I guess it's a jail, which is why it needs an item check. Also, the donut block is what would get me down to the door. And we just followed a one-way panel, so yeah, that's fine. Whoops. I said we follow the one-way panel. I hit up too early because I was expecting a door entry. Oh, well, that was easy. We've escaped from jail. Or from that cell, anyway. Looks like we needed to probably go back to the previous room and see what the spawn manipulates. Oh, look, it's a POW. I don't know if any of you have played Prison Architect, where the prisoners are constantly running contraband into the premises, no matter what you do with your metal detection or whatever. Like they... let's not do that. Hang on. There we go. The POW would have allowed me to escape through there. Yeah, we should have done that, actually. I don't know why I wanted to check this. I should have just stood on the POW and gotten out of there. Whoops. Yeah, Prison Architect is basically SimCity, but with a prison. So you build utilities, build security, and the prisoners in the simulation occasionally get into fights, and then you figure out how they manage to sneak in all their drugs and knives. And, yeah, it looks like if we are here, then potentially we might have a way to reobtain the POW. If we had, for instance, dropped the POW... where? Let's see. Okay. This doesn't seem to get me very far. I'm trying to jump around. Hang on here. Well, let's do that. I knew you couldn't actually have trapped me. And if we respawn through here, we're able to grab the POW maybe on both sides of the pipe, right? Nope. Okay, no, it gets offset that with the conveyor drop. That's understandable, because if we have a POW that's accessible here... So, for example, if we hit a P-switch, a POW would spawn on a conveyor belt and be accessible immediately. Then we can use that to get rid of the muncher and create access to the on-off switch as well as the key. So the idea, I think, will be to come here with a P-switch activated. To stop the belt. That looks like it's going to be the shape of the solution. This would allow you to jump across. Oh, we're going to have some more blaster offsets. Which is, in some ways, kind of a Donkey Mint special, if you think about many of the platformer levels that relied on weird blaster positioning in the past. And certainly the Static Cling level comes to mind. Or a couple of other ones as well. Let's grab the 50 coin because that's what we do in jail. The clown car is able to get you up, but currently I think the idea will be to drop something into the clown car so it's able to be repositioned independently once we have opened up the on-off switch. So... like, you would want to position something above the... no, actually, let's get back out here. What have we accomplished? Not much. Yeah, so that crushed a Pokey, that's fine. Also notice that we can change that positioning, but that's pointless because I won't be able to get through here, so. But the off switch allows me to do this, which, whoops, allows me to go back to the start. And allows me to respawn into the previous room with the state already set off. We don't want to turn it back on because that just resets the entire puzzle. But what we can do is start with the off state. And that blocks the pipe. Okay, I see. So we actually do need to reset the whole thing then and get back to on, unless... I feel like overshooting and kind of getting carried over with the POW here was a mistake, that we probably could have done it differently to obtain the POW. And sure... Yeah, so we will need to reset this then. By the looks of it. Only difference here is that we have the mushroom already, but that doesn't seem to do much for me at the moment, so we'll just come back here. Get back to this side. Okay, so on-off switch is going to move everything over. It's going to shove this by every appearance. Yeah, it's going to shove the trampoline over, I'm thinking. Whoops. Do we need to move this guy over as my accomplice? But anyway, moving this on the other side of the gate seems to be the way to do it. Now, if we do hit the on-off switch, we do need a way to get back over, so that's something I have to be careful with. We can also jump directly up, like this. And, whoops. Hang on. Was hoping to drop this in the clown car. Because the idea is that the clown car will come up and follow me once I've done another switch toggle, and it's going to be able to come out. Hang on. Or you can just bounce it, that might be equally helpful. There we go. Now I have an extra springy platform that I can manipulate all over the place. So yeah, we do this. And can I get this out? Yes, I can. Whoops. No, that blows it. I should have been able to make this, though. And then you figure out what to do with that other guy. Okay, we'll have 15 seconds. This is going to be our full reset. Let's just reset it. Yeah, I lost a fair bit of time to just kind of restarting the entire state here, but well, first of all, be aware of getting locked back in here with the off position. Secondly, yeah, let's test something first of all. This jump here. Yeah, so we should have been able to make that. Don't know if I'll need this guy. He feels like he's just a fellow prisoner, as far as I can tell. We're all in this together, by all appearances. Whoops, there we go. I would need to pop out the other side. Hang on. Okay. Now, I can raise him, but then I would need... Yeah, let's get Clown Car up above. Come on, Clown Car. Come on, Clown Car. Come on, go, go, go. I feel like if we actually had the Pokey up on a top level, I could have been able to do something here. Not. Let's rethink it. And yeah, we'll leave this here again. Yeah, because if the Pokey were still alive on the top level, we could have done a spin jump off of it to basically wherever we wanted. Except now I need to wrap back around and grab the trampoline once more. Let's... we probably should have retrieved a mushroom on the other end when I popped back there. That would have been somewhat helpful. Anyway, through we go. Yeah, mushroom is a good idea. Let's come back here. Interesting that the Pokey has specifically been reduced to the head. That spike ball interaction at the very start. Oh, whoops, there we go. There's the Pokey interaction we were not quite looking for. I had managed to get the Clown Car up previously. Now here's the thing, that if instead of loading the Clown Car... no, we do need to. We can't just bounce the Clown Car like this from below because the conveyor belt specifically prevents that. I believe that we're basically looking at two different kinds of things we can do. We can keep the Pokey alive and eventually load that into the Clown Car. But here, I think we still need to go with this. And we just need to set a higher initial position here with the Clown Car and trampoline, perhaps. Yeah, get the initial position nice and high. Not let it float down. Oh, you know what? There's Divine that was over here. That's what Divine is for. Divine is specifically here to move this up. Okay, that solves that problem. Then we come over here again. And then we should be able to continue from there. Except, how have I progressed at this point? We have this. That looks like it's going to require a Clown Car or a P-switch. Taking the trampoline back down is going to lose most of my progress so far. We would need to load it on top. Mang, welcome. Good to see you here. We have no key anyway, so there's no point in going up here until we've had a P-switch activation anyhow. Although, if it is P-switch based, the fact that these are coins would make that irreversible. So perhaps it's not really an issue. Perhaps this is just telling me that I want the Clown Car, which would require me to destroy this blaster. It looks like the idea is that I need to get on top of the red blocks with the on-off state toggled. Because the idea would be that if I can get on top of the red blocks, well, let's grab this. No, we previously were able to do that. If I get on top of the red blocks, then I would... Let's see here. Yeah, I want the trampoline on this side with the on state. Yes, okay. I want to get back on top. And then I hit the block up above the turn block because that's going to release something from the pipe, which is probably going to be the P. But we'll see if that's the case. We know how to get the key from the previous room. Let's just take the spring with me. Pokey got wrecked. It's a bomb, not a P-switch, okay. The bomb would lower the blaster gate, so let's do that. And that would allow me to have access to the clown car. We would need to toggle the on-off switch again first to drop the gate. We probably needed to rethink that too, except the offset could still be used to my advantage. If we do this, grab the clown car and loop around. Now, here's the issue. We know how to do all this, but we do not have access to the key yet because that would have required me to get the POW in the previous room. So we have everything that we need in order to go through all this. Let's see if we have anything else that we can do with the bomb. That's rather important. Yeah, we haven't played around with taking the spring back to the previous room, nor have we played with the off state, which kind of locks me back into the previous room. Like, if you go back to the previous room, you kind of need to do so using on. So yeah, we know how to do all this then, and we're just missing an intermediate step to acquire the key at this point. So, there are a couple of possibilities. We can do that too. That looks fancy, but it probably doesn't accomplish very much. So we can think about different combinations. We can go in with the on or the off state, and we can go in with the trampoline or with a bomb. If you want to acquire a bomb down here that has not been ignited yet, you can do that, because since I have the clown car, I'm able to... Hang on. I'm able to do this. I'm able to toggle this into the off state and drop a bomb from here. No, because of donuts, and yeah, you would need to ignite it to move it back this way, unless you had something like the POW to block it. Okay, never mind that. The bomb does walk off, so it is going to be trampoline and on, but then you could have done that in the first place. So we basically skipped the middle step. And in order to remedy that, we actually do need the off states, because that's what would allow me to go back in. If that makes any sense. Unless there's something that allows me to use the bomb. The bomb would not be within range of that or that. And so that's unlikely to be useful either way. Having the spring allows me to come back here with the POW, which then gets rid of the muncher and allows me to switch this back to the on state to get the blaster gate out of the way. So the idea would be you drop this guy, you come back here, you whack that, move the gate. I probably was able to place the spring in such a way that I could reobtain it. Yeah, so I just missed that step in the middle, and then we know how the rest of this interaction is going to go. I just need to redo it to move the clown car all the way back up. Okay, so we have the solution, we just need to get it in order. Yeah, but every piece of the puzzle is in place at this point. At least up to the key door. We don't know how much more there is after that point. Okay, drop this over here. I guess the pokey is mostly just there for flavor. Yeah, we'll just let it go. Doing that without taking a hit might be an accomplishment. Okay. Hang on. Thank goodness I'm not a speedrunner. So yeah, the breakthrough here was just understanding the vine that allowed me to reposition a clown card that's just above the on-off switch on the left side. We raise this. Head back down. And then we take this up. And so yeah, the only thing that's changed effectively is that I've moved the clown car. Oh, you know what? No, I forgot to do the key again. The key has to be done in order, otherwise I'll just have to redo the clown car bit from scratch. Let's not forget that. Just kind of got locked into the pattern of repeating my previous actions without thinking about the thing that I needed to reorder. Anyway, let's try this. One-way panel over here. Yeah, it doesn't really affect anything, but... And it prevents you from obtaining the spring on this side anyway, so... But you get the spring right here, so it really doesn't affect anything. Anyway, let's move this close. Hop over here. Survive this for a change. Yeah, plus I get the spring right back, exactly. Fight with this guy for a bit. Hang on. There we go. Until I accidentally pick it up. Okay, let's let up on the dash button for a bit while I try to get around this guy while I'm tall, which is actually significantly more complex than doing so while short. Let's not miss the jumps, that would be a bad thing to do at this stage. Wonder if there is any kind of bonus for keeping the mushrooms, instead it does appear optional at this point. Oh, we should have kept the spring, hang on. Okay, here we go. And yeah, that allows me to get the bomb and then lower the gates. Let's not have the bomb drop on my head. That's going to create the offset, and then we use the on-off switch once more. Okay. Yeah, I quite like how that part of the solution flows. Now, the fact that we have the clown car means that I can, in fact, carry this with me. And so we'll get over to the key door, not quite maximally powered up because there is an item check here. Or is there? Yeah, one-way panel under the door, as you would fully expect. It is purely an item check, as far as I know. Now let's see what awaits us on the other side. Checkpoint. And we've gotten here with the mushroom, which is not something we can take for granted. CPGG, exactly. Okay, it looks like we have more of those Clown Car Blaster offsets to deal with here. If we go down, lower the donut block, then we would be getting to this side. And, oh, maybe I shouldn't have dropped it there. I probably should have chucked it, in fact. And yeah, that's going to come straight back down, because that's how it worked initially. You'd also need to spring anyway to get up top. So the question is, how do we get the on-off switch? Well, one way to do it is to toss this such that it raises a spike ball. Okay. And then we can only do that once. That allows me to go up here. And here's the static cling mechanic, as we were saying earlier. And we see that there's going to be another trampoline that's accessible on that side. We also see that you have Big Spike and Spiny over here. Don't really have a good way of using that yet, but we'll see what is left to be discovered. Also notice this block here, that looks like it's a Spiny Hat or a bomb waiting to happen, probably Spiny Hat. Got that money, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Okay, so if we come in, oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. I was about to say, not knowing that this was going to toggle the on-off switch, if we respawn into this room with the off state, I was wondering what would happen. Now, however, we don't have to wonder. Having removed that, though, that broke... Okay, okay. And yeah, I got that money up in wall. This is the first puzzle stream we've done in ages and ages. In Maker 2 anyway, since I've been playing so much Maker 1 earlier in the year. And so, a little bit rusty, still kind of getting the puzzle-solving mindset back in play, but anyway, we have 30 seconds. We're clearly not going to see very much of this, but we'll see about that. Keep right on going? Yeah, seems like it. It looks like we could probably bump Boom Boom. Oh, hey. This is interesting. Oh, I see. The Boom Boom is actually kind of acting as a bit of bait to encourage you to do this. Okay, I see it. Because of the way that the clouds are being disguised on the right side. So look at the right side. The red blaster on top of, well, right beside where Boom Boom is standing is sitting on top of a whole series of clouds. And so Boom Boom is kind of there as a bit of bait to lure you into doing the appropriate interaction, and then what happens is that you actually create a halfway landing platform for yourself, which is pretty neat. Okay, that's too high. I was more right than I realized about the static cling walls. Yeah, exactly. Tons of stuff that can be done with these offset mechanics, apparently. We can probably do some kind of up throw on this side too, in fact. I was trying to do that. There we go. That's not quite enough height, though. I feel like I would need to grab something else as well. Maybe displace that a little bit higher. Yeah, I could probably have caught that part way, and let's see here. Oops. There we go. That's better. Interesting. So it's like a platform construction puzzle where you have to sort of understand the logic of the level and understand what the red columns are signaling. And once you do so, you can come up with a solution like that. It looks like the only thing I can do here, I mean, I can pop that. Ah, P-switch. P-switch would stop the conveyor, but right now, what would that accomplish? Well, P-switch would allow me to do this. Hang on. Can I tell what the red columns are signaling? Well, I saw earlier that they were disguising the cloud stacks. And so everything here would be that kind of, you know, magnetic style surface. Right? Where... Yeah, because the blasters, the red blasters stop an object from being thrown further, but then you have the buried platforms that are able to stick the object above the offset. Got that money. The command you want is towers. We're not doing it in order. But this is Donkey Mint's level, so it's near the bottom of the list. It's called Behind Bars. You can look for him by Maker. This is a puzzle level contest that was run... well, the contest submissions were sent in February, and it is, in fact, still being run by a number of different streamers and testers. Judges, I should say. Yeah, P-switch... Not do anything here. Yeah, I can pass through the black ones, but not the red ones. Yeah. Well, because the black ones are sort of on a different layer because of the clown car stack, right? Like, that's the way I understand it. Whoops. Now, it's not really going to be something like a P-jump. Let's see what we can do here. Ideally, I want to dislodge that. Yeah, that's how you do it. And then I would be able to take the P-switch with me. Okay. Got that money. The maker is Donkey Mint, who is right above you in chat. P-switch stoppage would do what with this? Because I'm thinking about stopping the conveyor belt here. What does that even do to this guy? Because we hit the switch at this point. I want the Koopa to land, actually. Once the Koopa has landed, then... no, that's not going to be it. Yeah, I was hoping to manipulate the Koopa positioning, but that doesn't seem correct. I think I actually needed to toss at the Koopa and bounce it up. And yeah, I got that money. It's really quite interesting. It's kind of like a puzzle analog to Another level that we were talking about earlier, which was one of Document's levels in 4YMM. So yeah, let's check this again. Move it over. Move this guy. So this here I'm wondering about. Because what could this possibly be for? You'd come up here. I'm looking at a donut block star on the right side as well. That looks like it might be pretty important. Oh yeah, it's a P-switch I'm holding. If we do this, then we can dislodge everything, and then that dispenses all of these down. Now that was interesting. That also... whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to take the P-switch with me. And... actually, no, I don't want to take the P-switch with me, because if you have the P-switch... if the P-switch is activated, then you can drop the spring over here and you can jump off of it directly. So I needed to hit the P-switch, jump off this while the conveyor is stopped. And to do that, we just need to go down and get the P-switch. We've already created an opening for this guy. The conveyor was just there so you don't spaghetti an item up to that ledge and lose it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Because if you're doing an up throw over here in this direction, you might be able to lock yourself out that way. I see it. We're going to hit timeout, but that's okay. Anyway, let's move back up. Let's hit the P. And then that takes me up. And then... yeah, this is going to come across. And I needed to catch it. I was too slow. And I'm going to run out of time now. But I needed to stand here, catch it on this side, load it over here, and then jump up to the vines that would allow me to climb up. So I get the feeling that I narrowly missed out on an opportunity to once again grab a checkpoint with very few seconds remaining. But that's okay, you can't win them all. Whoops. Let's... oh, the key door allows you to reset because of the spring position. That makes a lot of sense. Also kind of confirms for us that there isn't any other key-based exit after this point. Hang on. Nope. Jumping the gun slightly. Yeah, that's a fun interaction. For sure. Let's move up. And then this bit is really fancy. Being able to drop that at the highest possible position. Okay, there's a bit more in this section. Okay, good to know. So we won't have missed out on too much. As an experience. There's a much easier way to get Glencar out of the first room. Well, as we saw with Grikowski's demo puzzle earlier, count on me to find a complicated solution. Alright, let's use the P to dislodge spring, which we need to drop this way first. Let's wait for the next cycle. Yeah, it's good that the throw positioning actually does kind of work out this way. Okay. Nope. Come on. Let's get the P. You'll tell me when a level's done, yeah. That's the best way to do it. This is the part where I know where I want to go and what to do, but die to execution mistakes. Which is the classic puzzle experience in this game. Jump up, drop that. Okay. Let's not pick that up or bounce it by mistake, I was about to say. And yeah, Meng, there may come a day when you run out of those faces if you watch me play enough puzzles. And Meng, I will probably do yours after this one as the next one that'll pull up. Because I'd been meaning to get to it anyway. Let's not accidentally hit the P-switch yet. Okay, let's be careful. Now let's catch Yoshi. Come over here. Grab this. Success. Now what? On-off switch, well, we can hit this with a toss if we wanted to. And then we can catch an egg. I said catch an egg. And that allows Yoshi to do the landing. Now, though, I feel like we need to budge him over. Hey, now that's fancy. Look at that. Didn't expect that collision to bounce him all the way up like that. That was really interesting. Oh yeah, because of the one-way panel, I see. Okay, okay. Because the offset squash kind of interacts with this. That was really interesting. That Yoshi was offset by just enough that he's not killed by the block, but the one-tile squish forces him into this position. Yeah, I mean, if you find out that kind of thing while making a level, of course you have to use it, right? Of course you do. Anyway. Okay, go over here. And, yeah, we're gonna do it again. Now that the other Yoshi seems to be out of the way. Spike over there. Yeah, we'll just cart the other Yoshi onwards. This is too cool. This is too cool. Look at that. It feels like it has potential for another level on its own. As long as Nintendo doesn't notice it. I feel like I missed the opportunity to grab the red Yoshi there. I think if I go fast, or have a P-switch activated, which we have not done here, we'll be able to do it. I don't think you can have a P-switch active at a point. We just need to go for it and miss. Never mind. There's got to be a way. There's got to be a way. SDGML, who is a specialist in appreciating things involving Yoshi that do not kill Yoshi, specifically. Yeah, you just saw something miraculous. So anyway, this is basically the jailbreak, right? Like, we probably can't get red Yoshi, I don't think so. But then let's see what the ending axe does. It frees them both, yeah, as we would expect, because of destroying the mounting of the blasters below. Okay, neat little ending animation. Snowbear, welcome. Yeah, Snowbear, don't know if you've played anything from this puzzle series. I just started catching up on it today. But so far, well, we played one actual contest submission, but that one was extremely interesting. And document, yes, we found out how to rescue Red Yoshi after all. So yeah, now you can tell me what the intended solution was, I suppose. As I pull up the code for Meng's level. So for those of us just joining us, the list of the puzzles is in the Towers command. It was not one of the official streamers and judges for this back in February/March. And it's still kind of ongoing, but I am catching up on it nevertheless without the pressure of having to assign anybody a score. You can just throw the spring through the bars to bounce up the clown car. Even while the bars are closed, okay. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, because I thought that the floor was a conveyor to move the spring out of the way in such a fashion that I had to load something into the clown car because I couldn't just place a spring directly below it. So I think I totally overcomplicated that. You can throw the spring through the bars to bounce up the clown car. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, because I was just kind of jumping my way around the blasters instead of actually throwing through, right? Anyway, we're going to look at Meng's submission next. And that's going to be L. The S is going to be a Latter-day Saints level. 051. And 1, 2, G. You can also use the Pokey to get up higher again by throwing through the bars. Yeah, because I saw that the fact that you had the Pokey pop up to the top level initially seemed to indicate to me that it was probably usable for something like a spin jump into a higher position, but I couldn't figure out how to make that happen and just kind of lost track of what the Pokey was doing. And yeah, Document, excellent use of the static cling mechanic, and the Yoshi bit at the end I think was kind of especially nice. Like at that point, you know, you've solved the puzzle interactions and such, you just kind of need to make the magic happen, and make it happen twice. But well worth it as an ending tag to complete what that mechanic can do. Here's an awful tower point presentation by MangMang69. Point of view: you're a cute cat following a laser pointer, which for any of you who know StarCraft always makes me think of this as a picture of a cat tracking a laser pointer that I saw probably like a decade ago with the caption "nuclear launch detected." Let's play. Okay, so we're cat following a laser pointer. Let's see. This level loses points for having a wildly inaccurate name. Oh, you mean this awful presentation was not done in Tower Point? Okay, so we're gonna hit that. And we're gonna hit that. So we're going to figure out what this sort of signaling system is like. It seems like it's almost kind of a deflection, right? Yeah, no, I understand it. It's like this is a launching point, like it's an origin point. And you follow it from point A to point B, and this is where it strikes. So this is where it hits the wall, and it's kind of a collision. You have to imagine the collision. Now you imagine the deflection off a 45-degree angle, and then you have this as the collision. And this looks like nothing, but maybe there's something relevant here that we'll discover later on. Just making sure my sound is working. This is a silent level, background-wise. Tower Point by Microsoft? I was thinking it's Microsoft, but okay. Either way. Microsoft, developer of Windows 69. Anyway, we've got a checkpoint here. We have no way to get up here yet, but we will find that. Okay, so we need to follow this deflection. Notice that this is a question block, this is not. This is just a brick. But if we follow the deflection to its logical conclusion, then we need to check whatever is vertical on the column that is to the right of this space. And we'll need to follow that up once we have activated the note block up above. Like, we would need to go around, we need to continue ascending until we've hit the ceiling above that point. Here, this guy... You know what, we should actually hit this. Okay, coins. Here, this guy is going to deflect over here and go up this column, matching the third bar. Okay, good. And that will allow me to probably drop a vine from the note block. On the right side. We don't have a key yet. Also, the donut drops are probably not relevant just yet, but we'll see. Yeah, that is going to be a vine. And we check this spot. Wait, no. Did I miss a deflection then? We'll think about that afterwards. The question block... Maybe it was matched to the vine. I was reading that as one column further, but I could have been wrong about that. I'm going to follow that block, of course, but I want to see what's going on first. That's going to deflect down here. I feel like we would need some other object to tap whatever is going on down here. No, this goes right. This deflects all the way to the right side here. And so we would want to check whatever is on the top right. Whoops. Hang on. Yeah, once we have a chance to get up there. And then that's going to deflect off that corner. Oh, no, I see. This is a deflection. Yeah, no, I didn't read that this was a diagonal. It deflects over here, deflects over here, down, up, and up the middle column. So there will be something up the middle column. That's going to be the question block deflection from down below. This one is going to hit... yeah, it goes up to top right corner. It's going to deflect over here. Right in this spot that I'm standing on top of right now, if we can find a way to hit it, we have to hit it. Right here. And I'll probably need an additional object to make that accessible, or perhaps there's some way we can access it by way of a donut block that drops from higher, like this guy. Okay, there we go. And we'll take that up. And see how far it goes. Okay, so there will be a door over there, plus... Oh, that's interesting, that the on-off state would affect whether this spawns something down or up, if it's something that contains a vine, for instance. We'll think about that block in just a moment. Let's continue to follow up with what was going on with the deflection that we saw earlier that goes up this column, which is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spaces from the wall. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spaces from the wall. Deflects over here. No. I may have miscalculated. Hang on, let's go back down and trace it. Yeah, because we know that it was coming up this space here. It deflects over here, down, here, up. Oh yeah, 6 plus a gap. Yeah, it's wall, 6 spaces, and then this thing. I think I miscounted. So let's go back up. Whoops. This is one of those levels that also invites a lot of comments saying here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it wouldn't have gone all the way up here. It would have gone... 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It would have deflected this way. Over here. So we take this. Grab the 1-up. And... yeah, hence the question block earlier, I guess. That's not part of the main progression pathway. Flex down here. Over here. I can see, by the way, why Grakowski started using a screen drawing tool on his stream. I don't think I can beat that quickly enough, this donut block. In terms of getting into position down here to whack something. Because the position I'm going for is going to be somewhere on this side. Like on this left side wall. Oh, we got it. Wonder what that gets me. Not much. Well, let's see what this is. It is, as we expected, a vine that is only available when you are in the on state. Now, does the pig mean I miscalculated? No, it doesn't, because we did follow this deflection over here. That's interesting. Well, the vine seems to be the main thing that's allowing me to progress there. Let's rethink this. Okay, so we found a number of things at this point. We need to probably eventually get some kind of object that allows me to climb. And yeah, we'll have to remember some of these locations, or of course turn comments on and see where other intrepid travelers have marked here. Yeah, we needed to obtain the spring and then jump up there to grab that guy. That was where? That was... where was that? Let's follow this again. It was this block that we needed. This block goes up. Third one. Up, up. Here. Yeah. There we go. And yeah, the fact that the on-off switch gives you access to this is probably going to become quite important later on. We'll think about that when we get there. And then this thing over here gives you the 1-up. And then this flex. And here, yeah, we've seen that already. That also gives you nothing. That's just a pig noise. We've traced this one, I think. Goes all the way around the right side, goes up. I have to track which one is which, that's the thing. I know there was the one that came up the top corner, and yeah. Is to the right of this block. That's the progression path. Let's drop this. Okay, there we are. Now, we haven't actually checked this location yet. Let's grab the block on the left so we don't turn this into a getting over it level. As I'm very liable to do. Let's make sure this just contains coins. Yeah. Up. Down. Right. Right. Down. Down. Then this is quite a lengthy pattern. 2 columns to my right. All the way back down, really, okay. And all the way over here. One up. I feel like I was off target for that one, but okay. We didn't actually see this door, did we? Ah, okay. This is interesting. Let's read this. This is... We're going to read the left side block first. Maybe this is like a matching puzzle. Left side block is going to deflect over to, like, yeah, the left side block hits the one that's all the way over to the right, and the bottom right block hits the thing that is up top. And they create an intersection. So here's what we want to do. We need to find the intersection point of the 2 question block paths. And the 2 question block paths are considerable. We saw that they led to the 1-ups earlier, but we need to find where they cross along the way, which is going to require better visualization skills than what I have. Because we saw, yeah, this deflection. We followed this previously. And we followed it all the way to its logical conclusion. What we didn't follow was the original question block path from down below. So this, once again, it deflects this way and that, it bounces down. And we know that the original path we were dealing with doesn't actually come this far. It stopped before this point. From the lower block. That is, we just drop directly. Follow this over. This crosses. Okay, so let's actually retrace the first one because I've lost track of which block is which. We knew that it led us to the 1-up, right? But we need to find how far it goes so we can restrict our search space. Also notice that because we went through the door, we now have the 1-up state change. Not the 1-up state change, rather the on-off state change. Yeah, because we had this deflected to the right side of this column. Hang on. Goes up here, bounces around, goes straight up. And then 3, 4, 5, 6, yep, bumps into this thing, deflects over here. So it's somewhere along this intersection. Like on the right side here. On this column. It's going to be somewhere on this column. Depending on where that other thing up top was crossing. Because we know that this crosses like this. It's going to be right here. Above where I am right now. On the corner. So I do believe we need to drop this one. We need to hit over here. This column, and slightly higher than what I was doing. There might be a better donut block to drop. Let's see. I think there is. Yeah, that one's a lot saner. Hang on, let's redo it. 17 seconds, we probably will not see it, but Here we go. 9 seconds, we will not make it. But we've got it, so just need to reopen the path. Okay. And to do that, we do need the trampoline initially. Which is something you can only obtain once, which is why when you change rooms, there is the on-off state change. Specifically to preserve this, and with the on-off state switch that we saw on the top left, that actually does reactivate the vine that allows you access on the entire left side. So yeah, pretty much everything to do with the on-off switch here is a workaround for the blocks that can only be activated once, like the one spawning a trampoline. So that makes sense. Was this the thing I needed? No, it wasn't. It was slightly to the left. Let's go up. Let's just activate certain things that I need to make things more convenient. Hang on. Not this one. Whoops. Nope. Overshooting it every time. Nope. Yeah, knowledge checkpoints are always great to see. There we go. And then the next donut block up here. Nope, too late. And Luca coming in to follow some laser pointers, obviously. Nope, too slow. Wouldn't be a Mang level if it didn't have its own way of saying, "You're too slow." There we go. So what happens if we do this without even touching the on-off switch? Or can we? Let's see here. I actually don't know if we can, because I don't know how to access the key door from here, right? Or would it be... Yeah, because this drops you. Yeah, no, we didn't need to activate the on-off switch to do the key door. The key door is just here. So let's think about that, because if there's a reason to replay this without the on-off toggle... Well, actually, it doesn't matter, because if you're respawning from checkpoint, then the on-off switch would reset to on anyway. There's a number 9. I can only guess why. This is deflection. Then... There we go. I was thinking that maybe we're supposed to like trace to number 6 or something, but apparently not. Okay. Probably enough fooling around with that. Yeah, because I'm trying to visualize this room now, particularly with the deflection on the left. Let's not spend too much time on it. Anyway, oh! A door code. Now that's interesting. So this deflection and a 9. Brute force time. Well, let's see how many stacks we're dealing with here. Or whether it even matters. You know, document, I was actually thinking that as well. But you wouldn't just give away the solution like that if it were the solution, so... But I was seriously thinking that. But it might have affected something on the other side. Like, it might be that there's nothing here involving the code entry at all, and it's just a... red herring. But we've got to try it. Just to see if there's an Easter egg like a Mang room. I mean, the only thing it could be is dropping something here to give you access to the door, right? And, nope. Did I see the MacGruber show? I don't think I know that. Running joke that that's all his key codes to everything. I did not know that. Let's go back, because we know there was some kind of state change that may affect what happens when we come back here. Okay, because this... Unless it's the number of certain elements. Like something, something, something 9. Interesting. Where we would have needed to maybe look at the shapes that were created in the previous room. And imagine what they were. Because if this is... Or maybe this is telling me that something like this corresponds to the number 9. Like as a demonstration clue. And this deflection is like... I mean, it's not a 9 o'clock position or anything. So we know we can go back to this part. We haven't been thinking about the shapes that are actually created by each of these blocks, or how many blocks we had traced, because we should go back and count how many of these bricks there were. Because we should look at the number of those bricks that were being projected. Ah, okay, so the spike ball was for the keycoin thing. One moment while I just do some chat filtration. Using only meme numbers really increases the chance of brute forcing? Yeah, it would. So, here's what I'm thinking. That we need to look at these. We know that some of them led to dead ends, and functionally they didn't actually allow us to progress. And that's actually important, because the ones that lead to dead ends may be tracing shapes for us that give us the numbers. What I don't understand is how that would correspond to this clue for the 9. Like, it's telling me that this would... Actually, no. This corresponds to 9 because it draws to number 9. Yeah. See? This deflection? If you follow it to its logical conclusion, it loops around here and traces to number 9. So we need to go back and we need to trace the code. And so the first assumption it'll go with is that we will start bottom to top. Yeah, because I did notice earlier that some of them did lead to dead ends and they would have probably been used for some other function. So this one, for instance, assuming it's the first number, you go left, then it kind of zigzags like a 2 shape. First number is 2 under this assumption, which, I mean, I think I'm reading the clue correctly. It's just that the order is guesswork right now, where I'm going bottom to 2. What sound does the block make? Which block are you talking about? You mean the baby noise, like the Mario Paint baby sound? Or do you mean the flash? This is just flash. Anyway, this goes down. And then we need to figure out how far up it goes. Yeah, this is the one that goes all the way up to top. Whoops. One that made it 2, okay. Oh, this is, no, that's not the Mario Baby Sound. I was thinking of something else. I'm trying to remember what the icon looks like. But anyway, let's think about this for a moment. So that block kind of came down... Looking at the second block here. Created this curve that is a 0, I think, because it deflected over here. It's a 0, it's just a loop. And Snoop. This one over here looks like a 5. Does look like a 5. 205. And then let's see what we can do. We do need to get back upstairs, so. Actually, didn't we come back here and spawn... Oh no, I forgot to hit the thing on the left, that's why. Are we able to... drop this? Hang on. Okay, we'll move on up. So we've got 205 as the first 3 digits. And then we'll look at, not this one, but we want each pad sounded a code room. Yeah, no hints, please. If that's actually the case. And, what was I looking for? That's... Well, if there are 3 of these blocks, then the third one is going to be the 9. So, 205... Yeah, no, I did notice that the sound effects were different for each of them, but... that was as yet unaffected by the code entry. So yeah, because there were only 3 blocks here, the 9 must be one of the numbers that we are meant to enter. Yeah, thankfully not a massive spoiler, because I was well on the way to that anyway. And yeah, no, this is the Mario Paint baby sound that I was talking about earlier. So we have 2059. And they do correspond, so this is going to be 5. Now the 0, however, I would have to just leave alone. So that's going to be wrong, because we need to leave that alone. It's going to be 5209. Unless I misread the 0, but... Okay, there we go. I get a sense this is the first Mang level I've played that has a passcode lock. But I rarely see a Mang puzzle level, so this is kind of a unique experience to begin with. And, oh yeah, it's a GG, because that deflection gives you the first G. Hey, look at that, we came through the pipe at 69 seconds. And, oh, that looks like it's going to be hard mode room. Of course we're going to jump this. I feel like we need to look at the... screen. Well, if you know the solution, you can beat into it in a one-timer. And if your visualization skills are very good. So here's the thing. There's the whole introductory section before the first pipe that may actually be referred to here. So what we're going to do is we're going to get back out, we're going to look at a more info screen, and we're going to follow that line depending on how high the goal screen is. I don't know if I've explained it coherently, but basically we saw at the very first section, before we ever entered the main vertical ascent, that there was a bunch of stuff that was left untouched. It probably matches up to this. And we need to go to the more info screen to see where that lines up. Yeah, so let's touch this. And let's see that. Because I think there's a secret that probably requires you to look at this a second time. Thank you for the GGs. Let's take a look here. Okay, I actually am using the Pro Controller today, and that was a good idea by the looks of it. So it looks like it is going to be I don't know if that's going to be reachable. That looks like it might be difficult to reach. If I'm reading this correctly. Where if you follow the line, it's going to go all the way over through the one-tile slots that we've noticed all the way throughout. And end at the opening. You see, I should have counted. I should have actually counted spaces, but except I didn't know how far off the ground I was relative to the gold card, right? From the final screen. Like, it could have been further elevated if I were paying attention to the camera in the main area, though. I would have noticed that it was built on the half screen. And that would have allowed me to count exactly what was going on. But I think it is going to make it all the way through. Yeah, because I think the idea is that you hit a key early on when you start the level. And that allows you to enter the first key door, and that gives you the bonus screen, because we never used the first key door either. So we're looking for a key block. Oh, whoops. Yeah, it's sort of interesting how the puzzle, every time it leads you back to the area, it has recontextualized something about the various clues that you've been using. So I thought that we would need, like, this spot here. Or is it one column below that? In which case we would need to hit this. I need to see if there's some way I can actually hit that. That gives you a key, because I thought that everything's going to come up at this level. Gives you second level here, and then I should hit this tile, right? Like this block right here. Is that doable with something like an edge jump? Maybe. Like, get full momentum off of that, and here we go. Okay, okay, that's good. So now we're tall enough to do something completely different. Like, climb up here. Yeah, no, the key door, I don't know why I was thinking would get a key, because I forgot that this is actually the door that sends you into this area. And that gets you through here. Okay, that's interesting. This is a message. This is S. I don't know what to do with the lower blocks on this. Like whether they're all pointing in the same direction, or in which case this would be E. And this would be C. Secret. This is just secret. It says secret. Now, if I take damage, I would be able to sneak in there. And I don't see anything else we would be doing with this. Also notice, by the way, with these track placements, I think this is actually disguised in the main screen. And the main screen is covered with blasters that drop off the tracks initially. Oh, look at this. There's a door here. If we still have invincibility frames, we could have taken this door. It's totally a door. Now, is it a key door? I can't quite see. But we would need to start this over and grab the mushroom again. Let's add a death marker there just to be perfectly fancy about it. Okay, let's do this. And this. Okay. So, we take damage and run quickly. We should be able to hit the door. I think we can also just slide under this thing. Whoops. Like that. And then, hang on. Okay. Nope. That is blocked. It looks like I do need something like a key. So it is a key door. I don't know where it is matched or how it is matched. But it is a key door. So we need to find an additional key that would give me access to it. And it's not going to be through here, because that's the main body of the puzzle that spits you out directly towards a cloud on the bottom of that. Unless, of course, the mushroom does anything to manipulate the structure of the second half. But I don't see how it would get you down through that mushroom. So yeah, you see secret. Let's see, which blocks can I realistically hit? I can't actually hit any of this stuff without taking damage. I also didn't think about the letters in terms of whether they would give me a deflection or would give me a key. Because that might be really important. Like, thinking about an endpoint that perhaps is not explicitly flagged. Like above this, for instance, you have the T... but no, the ice blocks just give you the endpoints. So... it's secrets. Did we miss something up here? So yeah, not only do you need the mushroom, but you need an additional key then. Oops, no, that won't be it, but let's tap everything we can anyway, just to be extra diligent about it. Let's check the other side too. And Ubiquitous Swedish Fish says, I might not want to view this secret when I find it. Interesting. Interesting. It's very, very dark. Okay. That's okay. We're not against that. At least I don't think I am. Also, I'm told it has been updated, which might change that calculation somewhat. So what if we ran all the way above the puzzle? I mean, this is... we know there's nothing built in the top half, so it can't be anything like that. Do we have any other blocks or deflections that are unaccounted for? I mean, we haven't snuck through this area here. Or checked either of those. The other thing we haven't done is look at the main puzzle section with the mushroom. But I don't see how that would get me anything. Because we wouldn't be able to come back out, right? Like, we would still need to redo the puzzle to accomplish anything, and... so, unless there is a mushroom that's... well, let's think about this. Got this. We got this. We got this. What if we don't use this key? What if we just don't use this key? Is that... But there's nothing here, though, right? We know there's nothing there. So I'm thinking, like, is there a way to not use that key, given what we know about the mushroom? And I'll have to go back and see. So we know about this key. We know that the checkpoint just locks you past this door, and so you wouldn't be able to proceed from there anyhow. And so... yeah, because if you don't have a key at this point when you go through the pipe, that's not going to be reversible because nothing is going to cut through the clouds. Now, I think I've followed every block here. And the only thing that I can't do is hit the blocks that are at the bottom because I don't have something like a Tanuki tail to work with. Also notice that additional block up here that theoretically allows me to continue traversing. Ah, yes. Okay, so I see that now. I see that block on the right. Yep. Okay, no, I see it. Yeah, we just needed to explore a little bit further. Collect information. And that's going to give me the key location. And Indignation Judgment, yes, it is this level. I see it has a reputation that precedes it. It's completely new to me. I was not spoiled on it ahead of time. And so yeah, it's going to go through the second row here. It's going to project through here. And deflect up towards the ceiling. Okay. And that's interesting because... yeah, so you needed a camera scroll. Unless I misread this. Hang on. No, I didn't. Goes through the second level. Goes all the way through here. Oh yeah, no, and then it's here. Yeah, I see it. I just can't count. Okay. Yeah, key door. We'll make it on the other side. And we'll make it into the supernova pipe. That's going to drop you somewhere vertical. That's going to give you a piranha plant, okay. So, yeah, that... we need to see comments in this section, obviously. I found a secret and I've been eaten. Secret piranha plant? I didn't expect that. Very creative level. Ooh, I am secret. I have a suspicion as to who left that one, the illustration. But we'll go through the comments later on to confirm that. The only enemy in the level. Yeah, the worst enemy in this level is often yourself. Okay. I'm thinking about whether we should leave a comment card here, actually. But I can't really think of anything good. The original secret was something much darker, you were saying? Well, I mean, how dark could it possibly be? Let's take a look at the comments. Anyway, thank you for that, Meng, and thank you for the GGs. Oh, look at this guy. So that's interesting. So not only does this person try to spoil it, but it's the wrong code. It's actually incorrect. Which is really funny. Yeah, I mean, if this guy can't even hunt and peck on the keyboard properly, you can kind of see why he wouldn't be able to hit the block with the key. Okay, so no, it's not somebody I know. I was wondering if like this would be a known maker who did the secret illustration here, but not somebody I'm acquainted with. Nice laser. Very nice laser. There is no cake, just death. Well, nobody promised you years of Mario Maker. A cake? If you're into eating piranha plants, maybe. And oh, this guy spoiled it. And spoiled it. And yeah, Supernova drawing this to see. I mean, it's clear required, okay. Yeah. That's it. What was the clear check time? So, yeah, the current speed time is quite impressive. Not something I'm going to duplicate. So yeah, you can see here on the main screen, as I was saying, that the blasters actually conceal the secret text. So no, it's not because they're on tracks or anything. I think they just drop out directly. Or are blocked by conflicts in the placement. So it was a detailed illustration of Shadow Hedgehog. Yeah, I don't know if we could have handled that. Nothing personnel, kid. Okay, we have time to do some more. And I do have some in mind, although if anybody who has come in here was also a submitter to the competition, do let me know and I'll try to prioritize yours. Otherwise, I'm going to go through some other ones by people that I recognize. Partly because some of these levels have been sitting on my followed list for ages and ages. Let's bring up Lupin Snoop, because I run at a time that's usually too late for him to make, so he doesn't tend to come here live very much anymore. But his puzzles are always pretty interesting, so. A reappearing act. So yeah, this has been sitting around since January. And we haven't managed to get to it yet, so. So yeah, the previous level, that was a very unique level by Meng standards, like we've seen all kinds of Meng levels at this point. I've played dozens and dozens of them, and that one was just completely unlike any of the others. But really quite a unique spin on the contest with the way that it was loosely described. And that it was a very mechanically accessible level, just one that needed you to pay attention. But anyway, here's a reappearing act by Lupin Toop, who is one of the additional accounts run by Lupin's Noop, after he filled his initial profile. For my next trick, behold, as this POW stays exactly where it is. Didn't have room for the full tower escape tag, I see. Let's take a look. Okay, so we have two POWs. We I have to just jump up with one of the POWs, actually. And cart it over to the other side. Now, is that within loading range? It's not. It was important to check. But, so this is Loop, and one of the things that Loop is known for is track blocks being used for loading purposes. He's got a whole video that's about like super global loading tech that uses track blocks and all the ways in which track blocks have really been underused by the community. And so we'll think about track blocks as the loading tool, which this level does quite a lot to set up early on. Yeah, so this is just a bit of an initial item check by the looks of it. So yeah, we'll need to figure out some way to activate each of these track blocks to get them into position. And then we move this once again. We'll let it go all the way down because then we can load. How? No, we just need to do like a partial thing here. No, we can't because we do need to stand all the way up top or on bottom. Okay, so let me think about it. We just need to move the POW into a position where we can actually load it up. That's how we do it. We prevent the track block from going much further, or we kind of offset it. Yeah, because that's going to crush. And then we take the POW with us, in fact. And do that, yeah. And then we just retrieve the POW again afterwards. Okay, pretty simple. Yeah, when I talk about how the game still has tons of stuff that is currently kind of underexplored, the track block loading property is one of the things I'm talking about. Like, I've heard about it for well over a year now, in terms of the various stuff that you can build with it, and it's still not very well known and not very widely explored, I think, in terms of the kind of things like globally loaded contraptions that you can do with them. This is going to be a POW chaining exercise. We're going to cover quite a lot of real estate here. Once again, it's going to be 2 POWs. Also notice that this bounce is going to land a POW on top of the track block just fine. You didn't know about it until you saw this level. Yeah, like I said, it's seriously underused. Also notice that POW chaining here should be able to break these bricks. That's going to require red POW in some fashion, but we'll keep that one loaded for the time being. And let me just think about what we'll do here. Skip Squeak, that's interesting. I think the Skip Squeak is just filler. Oh, notice this thing. Okay, so if we load the POW over here, then yeah, we're trying to open up access to head up to that POW up top. So if, for example, we loaded this here, then when we come back up, the trampoline comes down. What we actually want to do is we want to block it. Like that. Do a double stack. And it blocks the pipe. Then we come back down. And then we're able to get through there. Despawn. And then go through, but we want to do that by taking a top block. So let's bounce this. And then... hang on. There we go. And yeah, we want to take the top POW on the way over and sneak up to the top level. So let's do it this way. Do the POW chain. And let's leave the other one loaded, because then we can take this up and see what to do with it. Probably go down and grab the other one, load it up, and then we have a 2-stack that will allow me to go through to the other side and chain the POWs once again in that segment. Okay. Yeah, the thing about track blocks in general, never mind the loading properties, track blocks in general are so underused that I think even among very experienced players they're not very well understood. Notice that we can ride the donut block if we want to get any POWs across to this side and land them away safely. We'll probably want to do that once we have dropped the blasters out and made ourselves able to take out that track block, but at the moment, I think what we'll do is see if that pipe is enterable. I kind of doubt it, just given the style of puzzle this is, but let's keep this loaded for the time being so we can inspect what is actually needed with that, like why we would need that spring. Because if you do spring plus POW over here, so you load a spring over here, you load a POW over here, that allows you to go through the checkpoint. So we'll just take those objects down one at a time. And yeah, the spring is the main thing here. POWs you can always replenish from these red pipes in the middle section. So let's go all the way back down. And let's see, this should give me enough height. Let's chain it. And then that is going to bust up something elsewhere in the level. Very interesting. This is all happening too quickly for me to see in terms of the state change. But it's a pretty considerable state change that is going to start from checkpoint. And so yeah, that's how the checkpoint is going to preserve whatever it is we've done to the level at this point. It's going to manipulate the layout quite dramatically as it releases all of these track blocks, and because it's going to happen every time we activate a checkpoint, all of this will stay in place. And so now we have some additional entry and exit and loading zones. Let's see this once again. Bounce platform. It looks like we want the bounce platform to be in an off position, and we want to stack one object on top of it that will allow me to enter the green pipe. We'll be able to do that once we loop through everything and bring another POW back up. By the looks of it. Yeah, really interesting state change to the main area that allows this puzzle to squeeze out as much puzzle as possible out of the central vertical area. Obviously, a puzzle like this has to be built quite large in order to take advantage of the spawning and despawning ranges. And so, I mean, I haven't mentally measured out exactly how many screens are being taken up by this, but it does permit this multi-part structure and this rather large amount of content all built in the same vertical space. So looks like here we will need to take advantage of the donut block to go through. And then here we can probably maintain one of these objects as loaded. It's possible that we might want to load this on top of that mushroom platform, but let's go back here first to see what we can do with the spring. Yeah, so I think we actually wanted to prop that up part way. We will eventually want to step on some of those blue blocks to manipulate their position, but I haven't seen yet exactly when that's going to happen. But we can take this down. That's something that we have not really done in the second half yet. And we can see if we can progress again through this side, depending on how this state change is going. Notice that the spawn blocks, having been manipulated by the post-checkpoint series of interactions, have all altered this layout quite dramatically. And so yeah, this just takes you back here. We've basically been able to make it through here with this state before, I think, with the exception of the current block state. So if we were able to toss this through, no, conveyor belt I think pulls it back. Yeah, that's what I thought. Also, still kind of in the mindset of the document level earlier, where the clown car blaster stacks allowed you to have open walls. That's not going to be the case here. So we need to figure out where to unload this guy. And what is usable right now. Because we clearly need to unload this in a spot that will allow me to manipulate something else here. Let's, we haven't gone through the donut block in this current on-off state yet, I don't think. What we can do is place this here. The push should be able to launch this up above, I think. But this is not going to stay loaded, though, because... yeah, it's not going to stay loaded. We needed to probably load it on top. We are going to lose it. So we'll need to reset through this, I think. Let's think about that. Yeah, gonna get way out here. And yeah, we are gonna lose it. So let's just redo this. Yeah, so notice that the red block pushes that sideways trampoline over a little bit, such that if we're able to set up this spring in that slot, then that would bump the sideways trampoline up to this level, and that would allow me to enter the pipe. Because basically, like, we have this guy sitting where the sideways trampoline is sitting right now. We need to load it there. We then hit the on-off switch. That pushes the sideways trampoline on top of the vertical one. Sideways trampoline goes up here, creates a platform. We need to repeat quite a lot to get back there, though, because I messed this up earlier. We need to despawn that. So let's go all the way back. So we need to figure out where we want to load this. We have two major choices. One is we load it on this guy, because then I can come back and grab it with changing the on-off switch. Second choice is to load it on top of the vertical, which I don't think would be right, because in order to come into here from the right side, I have to toggle the on-off switch, which is going to push this over. But if both of these get pushed over, I don't think anything happens. So yeah, we have two choices. This is choice number 1. This is choice number 2. Choice number 2 here allows me to retrieve this, but at what cost? Because like basically I'll be manipulating the on-off on the right side. If it's in the on position, this thing comes down here. This thing goes sort of left. I'm able to come here and grab the sideways trampoline, but at that point this will already have been pushed over. Amulet Destroyer, welcome. However, if this gets pushed, this becomes a 2-stack on the left, and this gets squished. And then a new trampoline spawns over here. That's pretty much equivalent to what we'd seen previously. So what if I... Let's let's load it on the right side. We've got 30 seconds, we might not be able to see much of this anyway before the next attempt. That seems likeliest to progress. Amulet destroyed, you found good levels for me to play. Excellent. Yeah, do let me know about that. I'm only playing the Tower Escape puzzles today, but we'll be doing quite a lot of Mario Maker outside of that, I'm sure. Well, there is Kirby coming out this week, so we'll have to determine how much we're going to balance Mario Maker against that, because the new Kirby game does look pretty considerable. So yeah, you're actually kind of slightly off screen from the playing area when you do all of this manipulation with the dash panels. Yeah, some of that stuff is going on in terms of the switch activation slightly out of the scroll stop boundary. That is one screen wide, and that is being enforced when we are playing in a main layout ourselves now. Let's see here. What have we not manipulated with that trampoline position on the left side? We need to think about that. Yeah, Amulet Destroyer, there's no queue today. But we usually run viewer levels still on the weekends. So let's see here. So yeah, this thing gets pushed. I actually think that the idea here is to do we destroy... we want to probably destroy the sideways trampoline so a new one spawns. I think that's the way I'm thinking about this. That we need to prop it up somehow. Or block it so it gets crushed. Or so it doesn't spawn at all. One way we could get it to not spawn at all, in fact, is to block it by placing this guy here, for instance. And then so for... It's not going to work exactly. However, we can come here now and we can despawn the sideways trampoline without despawning the vertical one. And you can go back up. That's going to bounce. There we go. Yeah, fairly simple. I just needed to map that out. And then we need to wrap all the way back around, but we need to load something underneath that trampoline now. in order to keep it in position. So we use this, and then we create a stack. Because we can't rely on the mushroom platform to do that job. Right? Like we... Whoops. Create a stack. Can I? Or do I need to sneak under like that? Yeah, there we go. So that should work now, because the collision should take priority over the mushroom platform. And then the idea is that I will hit the on-off switch. No. I was about to say, and then we wrap all the way back around, except now that's not going to work. Yeah, let's rethink that. It looked like that was mostly the right idea. That we're missing maybe one minor adjustment to make this actually function. Yeah, that's the idea we should have. But I need to figure out how to make my way back down now. Because the on-off switch is going to unload all of this stuff again. However, if we... Yeah, no, that's fine actually, because we are going to loop back around, and it's okay if this despawns because, whoops, because we're just going to come back from the left side. Like, we stack it here. We want that to drop on top of the blue track block. And it's fine, because it's going to remain in position, and then so the sideways trampoline will despawn, but when it comes out of the pipe, it's going to recreate that platform. And so we had already solved it. I just needed to follow that through to its natural conclusion. Whoops. I mean, let's be honest, there is going to be some kind of item check. That's... Oh, maybe there isn't. Stort. Okay. Refreshing special. Can we refuse to cooperate? Can we, like, grab the hammer and then smash through here, or...? Hang on. So we're going to do the refreshing special bit here. Just going to strain the bit rate. Okay. Oh, and then you're going to get trapped behind the donut blocks, so... Regardless, the scroll stoppage on either side would have prevented any shenanigans with a spring, I think. So, this is a neat little touch at the end of this where you're not allowed to take the top of the flagpole. That's a very loopy thing to do, just to not only do to send up refreshing levels, but just kind of, you know, give you that extra middle finger at the very end. TXH, exactly. The attention to detail is remarkable. Anyway, that was a fun puzzle. Oh, it totally does take TXH. what's that GG screen up top then? Did we manage to see that, or? Yeah, because isn't it possible to refuse to do the refreshing segment? Like, I'm looking at this and thinking, if you grab the hammer, it was just ground blocks though, right? Like, I don't think there was a way to necessarily escape that. Oh, you know what? I've got the zoom. I keep forgetting. Yeah, no, it's all ground blocks, so do the refreshing bit, which was in a vertical section anyway. And then this is just a loaded contraption. And then you have a GG over here. It's still a TXH, and it's not like it gives you the flagpole anyhow, so. I don't think it is anything. Okay. Let's tap out of this one. We have time for probably at least one or two more, so let me just take a look at my list to see who we want to try. Once again, if any makers for this contest are present, do let me know. Otherwise, I am going to pull up some people I know already as puzzle makers. Let's take a look at Teramis. Teramis has made some pretty impressive stuff in the past that was seen here, including a very elaborate Metroid level sometime in the last few months, as well as some pretty interesting one-screens with very elaborate checkpoint or saving mechanisms. And so, looking forward to seeing what he did here with the Tower Escape Brief. 7 Puzzles of the Rainbow. Bowser embraced the rainbow, but now he has Spinies in his Tower Escape. And this was version 6, right in time for the February deadline. Let's take a look. Once again, for those just joining us, the level codes are all in a linked spreadsheet, sorted by maker. The maker here is Teramis. And look at that, the tower is going to be raised at the entrance. It's a very nice touch. It's actually very Zelda-like in some ways, where you have this thing coming out of the ground and the controller rumbles to match it. Of course, we're checking this. Nope, that's completely blocked off. Yeah, I mean, we loop around on top, but there's nothing to see up there because the screen is completely constrained. Okay. Anyway. So this is going to be the base of the tower, by the looks of it. And this is going to be something that looks kind of like a one-screen. Except as you can see from the hard blocks that are on top, this is going to expand as we solve it. So the idea is going to be to break the hard blocks somehow. And we've got a couple of things we need to do first. That's interesting. I wonder if the coin manipulated. Looks like we would need the slide interaction here to do anything. There's an on-off interaction. Bowser, of course, is currently suspended, so we can't really do much with him. What did we accomplish with that coin? I felt like we were supposed to be within range of something that would happen, but anyway, let's read this properly. Because I'm looking at the skull platform, I don't know what the skull platform, the blue skull above the note block, is doing. We would ideally want to send a mushroom across so that we're able to obtain it. That would allow us to, first of all, break this, and secondly, allow us to take damage through the icicle. You have a guess as to what the coin is for? Yeah, well... Let's see. Currently, the spiny is located over there. I wonder if it's kind of like a... more of a trolley mechanic. So, the two note blocks... Like, it looks as though the lower note block that's on the left is supposed to be hit from the bottom, and that would bounce something to the one on top. Then the trampoline would project something over to the top right note block, which is going to drop something. Possibly it would drop fire to cut you through the ice, or you're supposed to get the fire flower to cut through the ice. Like, basically, I don't know currently if I'm in a locked position. It looks kind of like I am, because I can't see what else to do. But I don't know if there was any kind of like SD lock requirement here. I still want to inspect this though, in case we're just missing something. Yeah, I suppose Bowser is likely to follow us up through this puzzle. Notice that there is something like a bomb that's walking on top of the hard blocks at the scroll stop boundary as well. Flower. So you've got a slide. That's not really going to do much for me. An on-off state switch would remove a bunch of this stuff, but I feel like that's currently cosmetic, that the blue blocks are going to stay there and we won't do much with them. I mean, currently what can I realistically interact with? There's nothing that's getting me through the icicle because we don't have the ability to build enough of a slide, I don't think. So yeah, this thing... the one up. Oh, I'm almost certainly missing something very obvious. I'm sure of it. But if we can find a really convoluted solution, all the better. So notice that the mushroom comes out of the blue pipe. The mushroom... yeah, so if we manage to activate the note block that is on the top right, then that would drop something on top of the mushroom. It would possibly crush it for the time being, but then allow the mushroom to move further along and get to where we are. So if we have something like a P-switch interaction, the Spiny would be able to move over and walk across. Notice too that if the Spiny is able to change directions, so with something like a P interaction, the Spiny would be able to walk across to the donut block, it would change directions, it would head to the right. It would then go through the one-way panel and drop onto the bottom left note block. If it's dropping into that, it's also going to bounce up into the sideways trampoline and activate the other block. So our objective right now is to get the Spiny to turn around, and the P-switch activation is probably our best chance of doing that. Now, it looked like the coin was supposed to be within range of something that would perhaps activate that, but I don't see what this is activated. I don't see the state change. And I don't know if we had a chance to see something similar when we loaded in, like whether we missed something about how the Spiny's position could be manipulated. You think it's much simpler than that? Yeah, because I was already thinking about a slide into the icicle. You jump up into the coin, you ground pound it out of it. Takes you down to the slope. The coin gives you extra ground pound range. If you go for it. That's the only thing I can think of that, like, you're not in proximity to activate anything. But you do have the extra slot to work with. Which would then get you onto the slide in this slope. Yeah. And then we can grab the mushroom over here. This does what? Nothing? It does allow the Spiny to head over to the note block, though. Yeah, that was it. Absolutely. Now, we need a way to get a mushroom over to the left side such that we can take a damage boost. So, for example, if the note block drops an object, the mushroom would be able to travel over here. If the mushroom travels over here, then we're able to take damage, grab a mushroom, go to the left with invincibility frames, and then hit the brick. That would then allow me to get the flower. So the question right now is, how do we reverse the Spiny? It's not going to be through a P-switch, but can we get it to chase me? I think I should be able to do it. Whoops. Nope. That was a mistake. That's probably a losing position at this point, but no, we'll get a mushroom. That'll be fine. Probably able to loop back around. No, too slow. I think the mushroom must be here. There's just no time to do this. Yeah, there's no time. Okay, so the Spiny, can we do something else to move it? Now I am on my own. Yeah, of course I am. Hang on. I'm trying to figure out why the donut block would matter. It would allow the Spiny to come down, which we wouldn't want to do anyway. We need the Spiny to turn around. And have the clouds over here. Yeah, if I can... Oh, that's interesting. You take a hit and then you bounce it from below. Okay. Yeah, so the skull platform here specifically gets you to bounce it from below. And then take this. Grab this. Grab this. A ground pound on a question block, and then that should break the ceiling. That will take us to the next chamber. Yeah. Okay, so the Spiny thing was simpler than I had accounted for. You do need to be crushed back to small in order to proceed. That's how the gate check is going to work here. That's going to get crushed. Now, can we get that spawning position and that walking position to be manipulated as well? We'll see. I mean, it looks like we'll have another stomp here. That would allow me to take the mushroom through. That was interesting, just how well that managed to maintain a sliding position all that time. We'll take damage over here to spin the spiny. That seems to be one of the central mechanics of this level. The spiny, upon wake up, should be able to come down here, I think. But we don't want to do that. We actually want to throw this thing. Whoops. I decided that too late. I probably should have just hit that again. That's okay. We understand one of the central tricks now, which is to use damage to adjust the spiny position. And that's a pretty significant breakthrough when it comes to doing future rooms. Okay, there we go. That's what the coin is signaling. And so, yeah, a lot of it is just understanding how to read the level piece by piece. And understanding its own internal logic when it comes to what it is trying to signal. So we can get through this one fairly quickly now. The execution is not very intense once you understand the sequence. Yeah, one of the things I was most excited about going into the Tower Escape series was that the requirements were loose enough that you were bound to see a lot more variety than you normally do with a puzzle contest, where, for example, everything is just a one screen. This one, so far, consists of things that are essentially one screens with a shared series of concepts, but in its own way, it works out pretty well. The on-off switch, I wonder why the on-off switch blocks the mushroom. I don't know why that matters. But we'll use the spiny to hit the other block, and it's probably going to be something like a bomb. Okay. This feels very arcade Mario Brothers-like, just popping this guy from below and nearly dying to him. We do need to grab the mushroom at the very end for the damage check. And like I said, I don't know if the on-off state going into the next area actually matters, but I doubt it does. Okay, whoops. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not be a slowpoke there. Need to redo this now. Anyway, I can't get enough of this little Zelda dungeon sequence here. I mean, I guess the Mario games do tend to have that as well, like with Bowser's Castle always rising from the depths. Not always, but very frequently, starting in Super Mario World. With Bowser's World and that particular game standing in for that rising effect on the world map. But yeah, no, this is something I definitely associate with various Zelda towers. Bad idea. Nope. Got it. Okay. Have to think about a lot of required damage here and there when it comes to item checks and damage boosts all over the place. Okay, let's go fast. Let's not miss the jump this time. Revert back to the small state. Yeah, we know how this is going to go. Yeah, pretty satisfying slide. And then we will run into this guy and then bop him from below. Yeah, I'll take that. Let's this time actually stand next to the block so we minimize problems. And then we'll grab the mushroom and go. Okay, let's not die to this. And this time we have a green zone that has Yoshi in it. So, first thing that occurs to me is that Yoshi can eat the piranha plant. Yoshi can also eat the spinies. Something like P-Switch would drop the spinies, but we see nothing of the sort, so I think the spinies probably exist to be swallowed. Notice that if Yoshi goes to the right side here, Yoshi cannot be replaced. The down arrow looks like it's likely to be a reset pipe. Just because of that. You can't quite do a back and forth switching mechanism here, but you can spit into an on-off. So we should think about whether we want Yoshi to be running in a certain position. Like if I need to take damage and have Yoshi get into a run. Like I think I need to park Yoshi at a given point. We need the off switch to be active. I should have taken out the piranha first, I think. Let's reset this. Oh, wait. Checkpoint, okay. That was unexpected. And then that acts as an item check as well. This is ground poundable, that's a very important thing to know. But with the one-way panel standing there, I don't know how useful that will be. This is also NSMB, which means that Yoshi's tongue is not going to make it over. So the idea is to get Yoshi over here in the off state. That's going to be the ultimate objective. And I don't know if Yoshi would be kind of partly obtainable over the conveyor belt, such that I could still jump over with him. No, I am going to get stuffed under the one-way panel. Now, we can stand in such a certain location that the shell is going to do a remote hit. Yeah, because we need the off state, we need to get Yoshi back up to the left. However, one way we could get Yoshi, again, is that we know that Yoshi spawns from the green pipe on the left, which means that I actually just need to kill him. Now, how do we kill Yoshi in this level? We don't really have a place to drop Yoshi out. Maybe with a crush somewhere, but like an overlap with some blocks like this. So for example, Yoshi would not be displaced there, okay. And regardless, I would need to respawn that. Hang on. I was hoping that Yoshi would get killed over here. That's clearly not going to be the case. So, where can we give Yoshi a squish? block him somehow. Or we could find some way to use a shell instead to take out the piranha. I don't think so, though, given the corridor underneath that. But if you look at the red block pattern here, it does actually kind of imply either a shell is going to travel out here into, or it's going to be something like a Yoshi run. Probably something I haven't considered yet with the shell and spiny manipulation that we've been seeing throughout this level. Like, for example, the ability of those to walk. And Teramis, look who is here. About to see me time out. That's okay, I did see the checkpoint across this pipe, so we aren't going to be too far behind. So yeah, let's see, we can take damage with Yoshi. I don't know if that does the kind of manipulation of the spiny position that we saw previously. It might. With 34 seconds, we're likely to take time out here. Anyhow, everything gets dispensed in this room. So yeah, I think we do want Yoshi to be destroyed and Yoshi to respawn over here, because like there's no way to actually get Yoshi back over here otherwise, I don't think. With the one-way panel doing what it's doing. Either that, or we find some other form of manipulation that allows me to just get up there in the off state. Using some kind of remote activation of the on-off switches activated by a shell. I mean, this whole thing is one big item smuggling check, so it's not going to be something like that, but if you notice, like this whole turnaround here, realistically, what is that going to be? That could be something like a shell that is deflected back down, or a Yoshi that is going to run back down. But currently, I don't think I have the information to say either way. Also thinking about what the mushroom is going to be used for. Yeah, there's the slot here. I'm trying to think about what we can do with spiny manipulation. Like if this is going to be off, then how does the spiny come around and activate anything? Also, I keep forgetting that Yoshi doesn't soft drop in this style. I had noticed that before, but it's been a while since that was last relevant. I remember it really catching me by surprise when I saw it in a puzzle on stream once. I'm thinking about whether there's anything that we can do with the Yoshi run, like the Yoshi damage run. Or I can get Yoshi to run back and forth. So far, the idea of killing Yoshi using the on-off switch is not functional. You can, but that doesn't seem the way to do it. You would need to... Like, I think Yoshi does need to die here, because it's the only place for Yoshi to die. And so previously, when I was using the shell spit, that was just a wrong idea. Like, I do need to park Yoshi there, but I needed to park Yoshi there in such a way that allows a shell to get the kill and does so remotely. Like, because you can clearly toggle here to kill Yoshi and get him to respawn on the other side, but you need to cross and have that spawn happen when you are over here in this zone and in the off state. So the question is, how do we get here and activate the off state? Well, notice that if we send a Spiny across here, that on the way back, it's going to be slowed down by the conveyor, right? So technically speaking, that's not going to be nearly enough slowdown. But yeah, we want some kind of long interaction then that buys a ton of time. Like a shell starts going somewhere in one of these positions. You then have time to climb up here. And then you wait around here while Yoshi gets nuked by a shell that activates an on-off switch. And that's how it's going to look. But I don't know how the shell setup is going to go yet. So, like, it's not really going to be anything like that. If you can do that deflection, but here's something. No, it doesn't quite spin quite far enough. And Miss Joltastic, or yeah, okay, Miss Joltastic. I was trying to make sure I pronounced your name correctly. Yeah, I think I might have an idea, but ground pound over here isn't really going to do it. Yeah, so I need to find some kind of way to have a shell really take its time to get down here. And I'm thinking, well, is there a way that I can smuggle a shell across to this side? No. Not that we've seen so far. Well, we'll certainly have to reset this one. Okay, here's how it might potentially go. So notice this placement here. If we can somehow activate this, like have this in shell form by, for example, yeah, we need this to be in shell form by having Mario pick up a knocked over shell and soft drop it over here. The knocked over shell is going to sit in that position. We nudge it, the conveyor belt is going to slow it down, then we climb up. Yoshi, in the meantime, is going to be parked over here.
Oh, no.
I think I know how it's supposed to look. It's actually fairly clear now that I visualize that we need a stopped shell. Now, there are a couple ways to get a stopped shell. The best way to do it is to hit it from underneath. So the best way to control that is to use this slot here. But we probably don't want this off state yet. So it is going to wake up if we're not careful. Yeah, that's the issue, is that it wakes up really quickly. Yeah, that takes too long because we didn't think about Yoshi's on-off state prior to that. I'm going to drop Yoshi directly on top of this. Once we can. Like, directly on top, because then Yoshi is within crushing range. And then we can go up immediately without all of those extra interactions. Well, no, maybe not. It's a little bit fuzzy. Ideally, we could also just shell sit over here, but I think it's easiest if we deflect it in this box. Yeah, so let's park Yoshi. I don't know if Yoshi is parked tightly enough there, but this timing is pretty rough though. I'm trying to see if there's an elegant way to get the timing to do what I want. I mean, having to jump up all the way here to grab the shell is part of the issue. Like, if we can deflect a shell here, that would be much better. And we can do that. We can always use one shell to deflect another. This seems like it's less of a burden in terms of timing, though, so execution-wise, it looks like this probably is supposed to be the way to do it, but hard to see. Okay, let's deflect it. And no, unfortunately, that was too slow. We needed to deflect while remaining in this position, and then we jump up quickly. I think this has to be the solution, but that we are just being imprecise about it. Like, I do believe in it as the right idea. But yeah, just a little bit fussy to work with. Nope. Hang on. We just need to deflect it again. Nope. Too far. Now, does it actually need to be snubbed? I think it does, because if you throw it a shell, it's going to be too quick. That was dangerous. I nearly killed Yoshi there. That was not what I was going for. What about this? We're gonna keep it down here for a moment. Once again, the issue is that Yoshi doesn't really do soft drops in this style. Okay. Yeah, because I need to get around all this without actually pushing Yoshi a second time. Nope. It's a little bit claustrophobic to do it this way. I don't know if it's actually going to be correct. No, we don't want to kill Yoshi now. We want him later. Or, you know what? We can kill Yoshi right away, because I just need the deflection. Like in this position, we just need a shell there that we can kick. Go down, kick the shell, come up. We don't actually need to kill Yoshi on top of that block on the same move, which is the assumption I was making there, and which does not seem to be correct. But yeah, I do want this. So yeah, we can kill Yoshi now. And then we don't need to fuss with him quite so much. Oh, except, yeah, now we are in a wrong on-off state, so...
Oh no!
Like, I feel like the puzzle logic here is pretty simple. It's the execution that... or the method that I have in mind seems to be a little tighter than I expected, so... That does make me doubt the solution somewhat, but... we'll see. We can go back to do it the previous way. Because otherwise we have an additional one off to hit. Yeah, like that. And then it would be fairly swift. Now puzzling. No, I think the method here works in theory, but it's not very clean, and that makes me suspect that I'm experiencing a bit of tunnel vision when it comes to missing something that's a little bit more elegant. Like, I'm probably thinking about this in a hard way, which has happened with several puzzles already in today's series. Why don't we just double tap and then miss every jump up to that point and have to repeat. Hang on. Yeah, the double tap is probably the easiest way to do it without having to fuss around too much with Yoshi's position. No, and then I'm gonna miss. Nope.
Oh no!
Too late. Yeah. Tight timing window with the way I'm doing it, but the thing is, like, it looks within range of being doable, and that's why I've been kind of trying it repeatedly, even if there's possibly a better way. Oops. The Yoshi float is something that I actually also haven't considered. But given that I need a Yoshi kill to get him over to the other side, that's unlikely to be useful. Okay. Nope. That was correct. I just needed to jump. That was absolutely correct. And yeah, I was able to keep the shell alive a little bit longer with an additional kick, which I hadn't considered. But that was absolutely a valid solution to this, I think. Electro Dude, welcome. Nope. There we go. Nope, dropped too low. It does seem too fussy to be the intended answer, but... because given that we'll probably have at least another room past this before checkpoint, we should be thinking about finding a more reliable method. There we go. At long last. I've been thinking about doing it that way for such a long time. Would now be a good time to mention that you had not considered that as a possibility that can be done. You would be probably at least a third person to tell me that in one of your puzzles today, Charmus. Because that's how the puzzle solving has been going today. I've been finding unintended solutions in almost every single one of these. Actually, with every single one of the makers who were present, I believe. Except for Mang, perhaps. I think I found an unintended solution. Loop and Snoop is not here to tell me whether I did anything unintended, but with the other ones... okay, let's actually do a spin jump. And read the room from a safer position. So, I haven't actually even considered what to do in this room yet. There is a donut block underneath the Spiny. I kind of feel like we are going to be doing another slide. And it's not going to be like that, but it was worth considering after some of the sliding mechanics that we had seen earlier in this level. This stops the conveyor. Stopping the conveyor would probably not be to my benefit when it comes to getting the slide down, I suppose. But, well... Whoops. Come on. Let's just throw the P first. I don't know if using the P to control the slide would be anything interesting. So yeah, we need to get something to push the Muncher on the left side up towards the bomb. So we need to move something towards the Twister. It's likely going to be... well, I mean, if we take damage through the Spiny, then we can drop through the donut. I don't know what's below that, so that might actually be a bad idea. Especially because we forgot to account for the one-way panels. That said, if we kill the Spiny... So, yeah, I think the idea is that we move the P-switch, perhaps. If we manage to kill the Spinies, for example, by doing some kind of object drop on them. It won't be the P-switch, but if we... manage to kill the Spinies, then if we drop through here, in the Super Mushroom form, we would be able to make it through the left side by being tall enough to exceed the height of one of the panels. The icicle up top is not an icicle that's actually going to help me. It's just there to block something with the P-spawn, I think. So why don't we actually try to hit the P-switch? That's an interesting idea. Okay, P-switch is located there. So we don't know what the conveyor belt is doing for me yet, but possibly if I hit the P-switch and then get launched out of a crouch, then my sliding momentum works a little bit differently than we had envisioned up to that point. So, for example, let's say we do this, and then just let this launch me. That's going to be in a crouching position. It's not actually a sliding state, so I think it's not going to be correct. Yeah, because it's not preserving the sliding state, but let's see. I feel like it is going to be something involving a ground pound into a slide. That a slide is what would get you to kill one or both of these. Okay. Like a backward slide. Nope. That's not really a slide, that's just a crouch. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's still just a crouch. Now, this track looks interesting. This whole track layout here. I don't really know what it's telling me. It's not going to be ground pound. We're going to time out of this. We do need to redo the Yoshi room, that means.
Oh no!
And probably still not see the intended solution. I mean, we can keep an eye out for it, but part of me just wants to get through it again the way that we know how. Unless inspiration strikes and we see the other way to do it. I mean, I guess we never actually made use of this wraparound here. You have an idea, but you're not sure if what you're thinking is actually a mechanic. Yeah, that's how puzzle solving goes very often, I think. Whoops. I feel like we needed to originally do something that involves multiple shells here, and that was perhaps the solution that we needed. Okay. Okay, let's do this. We'll miss the jumps. Nope.
Oh no!
Yeah, the execution's way too difficult for this to actually be real, and I suspected something was off. Okay. But I still don't really see the other way to do it, so I'll just do it this way. Until we make it. Oops. But yeah, there are a couple of things in this room that we conspicuously didn't really engage with. Like the fact that we get multiple spinies available, and that's there's that whole wraparound after the piranha plant with the red switches. Okay. Nope. Too difficult to climb this thing. You know what? We could have just bounced with Yoshi above this. Like that. That's how to do it. That's the actual solution. Oh, that's not the actual solution. Hang on. Yeah, no, that's the actual solution. Game audio disappeared. Thank you for letting me know. That occasionally happens on my stream. We'll just fix it up quickly. But it looks like I found the thing I'm supposed to do. We'll be right back. It was staring me in the face, too. Like, I'll open up the puzzle and talk about it some more. Nope, game audio is still dead. 1 second. Let's try it again. Okay, should be back in just 1 moment. Okay, there we go. And yeah, we... Hang on. Oh, whoops. That was a mistake. So yeah, we just let it crawl. That's so much easier, in fact. So much easier. We let him crawl. And then we deal with this guy. There we go. Now, can we get this deflection happen? Let's see. Nope. Timing wasn't quite right for that. Hang on. I think I know what to do. We leave Yoshi with the shell in place. We hit the on-off switch. No, because that wouldn't work. I was thinking, like, you know, you'd have some kind of spit that goes through this one-way panel here in the off state, but that's kind of redundant. Yeah, current issue is just to get Yoshi to fire properly. There we go. It's probably still a little fussy execution-wise, but we'll take it. Okay, so here, we don't know yet how to kill these guys. I think it's very clear to me that I need to walk with the mushroom over to the left side. And then throw an object into the twister such that it raises this, probably the P. The solution looks way less tight, yeah. It is much less tight. The spit is a bit weird, but I am probably still missing some kind of clean way to do it. Now I guess the question is, what do we stood here in the middle? Nope. That's not right. Well, this is awkward. I guess it technically counts as an SD lock. Not that we have been terribly strict about that. The spit can be done from above, yeah, because I was looking at the one-way panel configuration here and thinking that it was likely to be the case. That, oh, you mean like a deflection over here? Yeah, no, I just couldn't get the deflection to happen cleanly. But it depends on where I'm standing, I suppose. Okay. Yeah, so same idea as before. We tap this, we grab a second shell, we'll let him walk, we open this up. And then we'll do that. Much less tight. It's okay, it works. We found a timing that works, I'll keep it. Getting out of here at a reasonable time, perhaps. Okay, back to this guy. Whoops. So once we activate the on-off switch, then everything is set. As you can see, these blocks here are covering vines that are an item check. So you can't take the P with you, and then that takes you up to the mushroom for the ground pound up top. Now, the issue that we're running into is... Hang on. We currently don't know how to kill these guys, and I think it's implied that it's a slide interaction. But... like, what if we had a slide? Well, I mean, we'll need to carry the P. I wonder if we need to use the P as a blocking piece. Like, have the P behave in such a fashion that we don't overshoot it. Or find some other way to kind of lift or move these guys. Because I'm thinking, you know, if you have them tread on the P from above, that just activates the P. That's not really going to be useful. The fact that you can continue to get mushrooms up here, though, that seems interesting. I wonder if that's just to give you an additional damage buffer. You know, just in case of mishaps. But it seems that if you have, for example, a mushroom drop into the central location, and you take damage, then you can use invincibility frames to run past the spinies towards the left side. So that way you actually would not need to kill them at all. You just need a way to get a second mushroom in this central location.
Oh no!
And so the mushroom on wings up top looks suspicious to me. But I don't really see a good way to manipulate it just yet, so we'll consider that separately. Okay. Let's move this guy. Whoops. Yeah, he's not gonna flip close enough. That's okay, we'll flip him until he goes where we want. Alright, there we are. Flipped like a pancake. Yeah, this is actually so much better. Oh hey, that was a really clean shot. Uncommonly clean. That's okay. Doing things the convoluted way first is a kind of moral victory. Notice that the... we passed by 2 entire rows of P blocks. I don't think that affects anything really. I think that's just probably a decorative boundary because I really don't see that doing anything for me, except that with the activation of the P switch, I guess you would... Those blocks removed, but I don't see what that does. So I can see if I can raise the spinies out of the way. I can see... what else is going on here? Like there's the... We can play with the P switch. Hang on. This is a really kind of awkward location jumping wise, but we'll see what we can do with it. I mean, mushroom is on wings. It's not going to interact with anything really. Oh, notice the clouds that are on top of this spiny. This is something I didn't pay any attention to whatsoever. That there are clouds on top of this one. That seems really important. I don't know exactly how yet, but it does seem important.
Oh no!
That would be a difference. I don't know if it's just some kind of quality check. I guess it's there to prevent you from sliding under one-way panels quickly through that road. Like there's some restriction that is imposing, which I haven't quite discerned just yet. We're through what, like 3 out of 7 in this level. Well, we can hopefully finish it on this stream. I can't guarantee that I will, although I would like to. But yeah, we'll see how we do. Okay. Grab this. Grab this guy. Coins over here, let's not die. Switch here. The icicle, like I said, seems to just be precluding me from jumping up towards the P-switch. But why would it do that? And why is the icicle restriction even necessary? Oh, because otherwise you would maybe bump your head towards the P-switch and raise it up. And why couldn't you do that to begin with? Because at this point I can't actually lose the P-switch unless I hit it. If I do hit it, yeah, then the idea is that I can't screw that up further, perhaps. Yeah, because I'm thinking, like, what if I'm standing under the P-switch and then it's dropping on me there? Yeah. Trying to create some breakage here. Like if you took damage in this location. Also notice the P-switch sailing all the way over. This seems important. Like maybe this lands the P-switch in a location that is good for me. No, it doesn't. And one thing that I hadn't thought about is the mechanic that we had been using throughout this level, which is changing the facing directions of the spinies too. Let's see if they do anything for me. Fundamentally, we just still don't have a good way of killing those. Like, I was really hoping the sliding state would do it, but I guess let's see why the sliding state is not maintained. Because when you sail off the end here, that's in a crouch state, right? Hang on. So the P manipulates the conveyor. Why would you need to manipulate the conveyor? Let's think about that. Like, the reason I would want to manipulate the conveyor is I want to do some kind of speed change that would allow my slide to land on one of these guys. Yeah, because let's say I have a P activation that's dead center there. You think sliding should work? Yeah, I thought so as well. But the slide is getting cancelled at a certain point. It's probably when I hit the ground here. So what if we don't do that? What if we keep taking damage in unnecessary locations, for one thing? What do we slide over the P? No. Let's So I am hitting the ground here, and I wonder if hitting the P as the intermediate step instead of hitting the ground will do anything for me. Like if you go like this, I'm still hitting a ledge, I think. And I don't think that works regardless. Like ideally I want to reposition a mushroom. And yeah, notice how the mushroom here now goes kind of towards the upper level a bit. You see what I'm doing wrong at this side? Yeah, probably. Because I tried this facing direction as well. I tried both facing directions to see if you would have that kind of speedrun style interaction where you do maintain a sliding state. I feel like if I didn't hit the P with that, might be able to do the slide in. I mean, part of it is that I don't really know what the arrow is telling me. Like, I know I'm supposed to activate the bomb, but there's something that the arrow is attempting to tell me that I am not getting. Hmm. 92 seconds. Yeah, because if I can manipulate this such that I have a mushroom available during invincibility frames, then maybe we're up to something. But like if I grab this and grab this, cut right through. Well, I would still need the additional mushroom to do that. What if I just grab a mushroom like this? No, it does slide me across the one-way panel, so that won't be it. Like this arrow here is telling me down, over on this side. Like maybe the arrow is telling me that the facing direction does matter, to where I do want to face left going into this. And Cypher, thank you for the host.
Oh no!
Let me just give a quick shout out to fellow Mario Maker streamer Cypher89, who has not set off any alerts, but has brought in a crew of some sort. Okay. Let's try this once again. And yeah, Zypher, hope the stream has been going well. We're currently playing a level that is allegedly a sequence of 7 connected on-screen puzzles, and we are only through 3 so far because the 4th one we just haven't made any headway on. Okay. Yeah, always nice when newer levels go as well, given that it can be a bit of a mixed bag depending on who is showing up. But yeah, I find that, you know, if if you develop a community with quality viewer levels, then the levels you receive also stay high quality. And it's kind of nice to get into that kind of holding pattern where it just continues to be a pleasant experience week after week. I mean, many of the people in the puzzle contest that I'm playing here I would have met through viewer levels in the first place. And so for those just coming in, let me just link the level list that we're working from. We're not doing them in order, and we're not doing 100% of them, but we're just kind of picking and choosing, depending on names I recognize. It's a puzzle contest that has been all over the streams in recent weeks. And I can't figure out this interaction. Like, I mean, we've narrowed it down to two possibilities. Either A, you kill the Spinies with a slide likely, or B, you have a mushroom that's accessible here such that you can grab a mushroom with damage frames and carry a P over to the left and chuck it. In order to do that, we would need to move a mushroom, and we would probably need to take advantage of that mushroom that's coming into the top left. Like this thing here, this mushroom coming out of this pipe is not an accident, surely. Like if we can dislodge it, if we can dislodge that mushroom, which I don't think we can because things on wings really do have their own behavior. Merlin, you think the problem is minuscule, like it's some kind of positional thing with the way I'm doing the slide? And, yeah, I don't mind that if it's like a very specific execution thing with how I'm doing the slide that is making me miss. Because I've tried the facing directions, I've tried different entry points, and I keep thinking that the slide should kill, but we don't seem to be positioning that properly. I shouldn't ground pound a slope. Oh, you mean we should just slide it? If we can slide against it, we currently don't have the speed, but that's probably why the marker for the arrows is telling me to approach it from the right like that, then. Yeah. Run from the right and hold down. Yeah, that's not doing it. Oh, run from the left and hold down, yeah. Hang on. It's not quite doing it either. Like, everything about this seems to indicate to me that it is slide related. Unless there's just some kind of interaction I'm missing. Whoops. Didn't really mean to do that. Like, this thing is telling me down and then down and towards the slope, or is it... Like, I don't understand this track. That's the main thing that I am running into issues with. I don't know what this track is telling me. Like, surely the arrow isn't just pointing out the obvious, which is that I need to activate the bomb. Precise thing that you can move in the air a bit while sliding if you hold left or right while holding down. Nope. I mean, this is supposed to be a puzzle interaction, so... Like, I feel like it's not an execution thing necessarily, but that I'm missing one step with, say, placing the P in a particular location that Yeah, because I'm thinking that like I have to place the P somewhere in order to maintain the slide, perhaps. Or create a blocking piece. No. Yeah, I trust you to give me a hint that's not going to be something too massive. Like, if it is just some kind of... because I'm thinking, like, it's something that would require me, A, to do a slide kill from the slope, and B, probably position the P to permit that to happen. Like, either as some kind of blocking piece, or as something else. Slight hint for first step. Yeah, because so far, like, I kind of see the approximate shape of what I should get to. It's just that currently we can't connect to that part of the solution because we don't have a way to deal with the spinies. Which, like, it's heavily implied to be some kind of slide mechanic, but... Or maybe something to do with, like, tossing the P to, you know, get things in a certain position. No, that's not going to be it. Because I was thinking, like, what if we do something to just dislodge them from under? Doesn't look like it's the case. Like, this thing here, I still don't really understand.
Oh no!
Yeah, this room's been a big sticking point for me. Like, I wonder if it is an interaction that I'm missing in the way that it was missing the spiny damage earlier for manipulating their walking pattern. But there is no walking pattern there. I mean, like, they don't actually have any space to move. Whoops. Well, we'll get back to that room, and we'll see. And then, oh, why did I take this? Let's redo it. And let him walk. And we'll just get back to that as quickly as we can. And stare at it some more. And caught cursor, welcome. Hope the music maker launch has gone well. The switch is not needed at all for the first step. Okay. So it is just a slide thing then, because like I was thinking that the application of the P-switch ultimately will not be an activation, it will be using it to raise the muncher, right? And so yeah, and caught cursor, congratulations on the launch. I hope the levels have been turning out well. Okay, so no P needed for this step. Like... So, it's either A, kill the Spinies, or B, obtain a mushroom on top of the Spinies. It has to be kill the Spinies, because otherwise you would still need to take the P-switch through. And so you can't just ignore the P-switch if it's not going to be some kind of kill. The other thing is that we know from previous experience that the Spiny movement pattern is manipulated by taking damage. But that doesn't seem to give me any benefit here, right? Like, it isn't like their direction of travel matters in any meaningful respect. Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, the spacing is a little bit tricky there too, so... Somehow through some crazy sequence of events, you're trying to make a better course world through a great deal of planning and market research. Oh, just as an expansion, you mean of the kind of level bookmark system that you already had going for the music software, if I'm guessing. Because I did see that you had like a kind of prototype level directory there. Anyway, let's that. And yeah, whichever stage you're on with that and what you have in mind, would be happy to talk about it some more. Like, it's something that we've brought up on this stream a lot in the past in conversation, like what can be done about discoverability and, you know, what sort of improvements are technically feasible coming from it with the access to data that we have on the outside. You don't need a P-switch over first step, you don't need to drop it on the Spinies or anything. Like, it's gotta be some kind of simple slide, right? But maybe it's telling me that this is the drop location here, and that the specific column might matter. Nope. Like, you don't need a P-switch, you don't need... Like, I still haven't understood the relevance of this mushroom, except as just a bit of an extra safety buffer to get you back across if you need to go back to the opening of this area. Icicle is not relevant yet, I don't think. Yeah, because we know to drop the donut block. We don't know how to continue to get more mushrooms from there. Like, if we can do some kind of additional manipulation down here, for instance. Trap the mushroom. Use the P to trap yourself across. That might have potential. Like, if you do a P-trap to keep a mushroom on the right side, or for that matter to use the P-trap to yeah, grab a mushroom and somehow retain it. Like you were saying, P-switch is probably not a necessary part of this. What you're looking for now is a catalyst to get people to upload their level libraries to the site. Oh yeah, like I guess if it's something that has to be community populated, since it's Not like you can just scrape the existing noise, nor would you want to. Like, you know, the idea would be to get people who are actually engaged members of the community to contribute to seating, all that. I've been staring at this thing for ages. Like, I think I've been on this room for probably well over half an hour at least. If not more. Like, there's some specific thing I just don't see about A, the slide positioning, and B, whatever this track is telling me. Like, whether I'm supposed to jump in... Whoops. I don't need a P-switch, let's leave it. Like, jump in from here. You have a guess. Yeah, because I don't see what I am really allowed to do here other than slide. Like, because that's something that was illustrated earlier in the level was that you could have a big slide kind of carry you across all the way into that slot there. Nope. Like, the facing direction doesn't seem to affect anything here. The fact that it's pointing to this location seems important. That's assuming that this is even pointing in the first place. Like, it's almost like it's saying face left and ground pound on this location. And that's not it. It kind of sends you instantly down. Sends you over. What you find intriguing is that having all these level listings is actually great for SEO. Yeah, because I find that, like, in many cases, when you're just kind of searching for levels in the open internet, that, like, if you're lucky, you'll get a YouTube hit for somebody who had recorded it and bothered to tag it, but that in general, even for very popular levels, that, you know, they're not something that is appearing as public data very much. What on earth? Like, you can stop down here, and jump over here, and kind of sail over like that. Like, this little interaction here, it allows you to sail over. If you can kind of position it such that you miss this middle block and then fall directly in, that seems like it would be correct. Right? But we are consistently hitting that. And you're telling me that I don't need to use the P as part of the setup to create a blocking piece or something. Nope, by that point my slide has been reset. Nope. I don't know if this was meant to be this comparatively obscure to, like, next to everything that was seen so far in the level. Like, it feels like I am missing something that should be common knowledge. Or at least very easily discoverable, because, like, it would just be very unusual for this to be the big difficulty spike. But it looks like it's some kind of, like, a really specific mechanics knowledge about how the slide is actually detected, right? I'm not picking it up. Look at that, that's taking me straight down.
Oh no!
Could also just be a lot of tunnel vision at this point, given that I've been on it for long enough. Yeah, room turns out to be more obscure than you expected. Maybe. Like, it looks like there aren't a lot of possible interactions, so it feels like one of those puzzles that are actually kind of very minimalist. Like, that particular room feels like a Bird Dog puzzle. I think that's the best way to describe it. And I haven't played Bird Dog's submission to this contest. I'm just saying that, you know, his style of puzzle, as you know, differs from a lot of one screens in that they have very few possible moves, or at least they look like they have very few possible moves, and you have to find a very specific one rather than having a lot of different combinations that you can try, right? And I think that's the thing that makes it feel quite different from the previous ones, is that, like, the other ones are kind of more common among one screens, I suppose, in terms of mostly being about sequencing and kind of finding the flow of lock and key. Yeah, this one I have no idea. Like, I was hoping to, like, do some kind of move or crush or something like that. Key switch manipulating the conveyor does not seem to be part of it. I think part of it too is that it's actually really easy to die on this room, just because of this weird ceiling here. Like, we can... What else can we do? We can move that mushroom up, and that doesn't really do anything. You'd actually need to place the P very specifically to, say, bump that up. P does not interact with the winged object. I was hoping to move this mushroom into the middle. Like through some kind of P throw, perhaps. But you're telling me that the P does not have to do with this, so... For step one, like, if the P is not part of step one, then... Whoops. Then what could step one be other than the slide? Yeah, the thing about the mushroom raising mechanism is that you have to do it exactly as it spawns, and I suppose if you bounce it on top of a semi-solid or something, maybe you can do something with it, but like if you're a small Mario and you bounce it on top of a semi-solid, then depending on whether it hits, like, that could be usable for something that's in a tight space. The twister is behind the wall. It's not going to do anything useful for me. Yeah, the P should be ignored. Yeah, for this one I may be open to suggestions if people have guesses, if you don't necessarily know. Because I've just been staring at this one for ages now. I don't feel like I've progressed. Like, because if you think about the interactive pieces here, what are there? If you're ruling out the P, then there's the slide, there's the ground pound, there's taking damage deliberately. Red Knight, welcome. There doesn't seem to be anything positional I can do with the Spinies. The Uncaught Cursor, you're excited to create a system that matches players to makers. Yeah, because, you know, it seems like... First of all, that Maker 1 actually kind of had a bit of a partial solution to this, although I never knew how it worked in the back end, in terms of having level recommendations kind of built directly into the finishing screen. Secondly, that one thing that had come up before is that, like, the implementation can't really be that hard for a system of saying players who recommend this level or like this level also like these other levels, and just finding commonalities in taste that can still be very diverse, right? So you're at least kind of following the taste making of people who play the same stuff. And it feels like there's a lot of untapped potential with that method of social recommendation. And Zolbat, you think I just tried your guess and it didn't seem to work. Yeah, because like I don't know how this mushroom is relevant. I can't seem to position a slide that is actually preserved. Okay, this builds you directly over. Hang on. What do we start a slide? What if this is saying start a slide here? We develop some running momentum, for instance. Like we run left, and then we get bounced back. Nope.
Oh no!
So here's I think the issue that I'm running into with that room is that I'm treating it as a mechanics obstacle when it's probably actually a knowledge obstacle, right? Like I'm missing some kind of information or some kind of realization, but my approach to it has been to try to figure out some kind of fine-tuning for the slide mechanic, and that's probably the wrong way to go about it, in that the actual solution is, I think, likely to be something that I'm not really thinking of trying, or something that I'm unaware of, like some kind of nuance with sustaining the slide that I don't get, or something that maybe doesn't even have to do with a slide at all. Although the conveyor belt very heavily implies otherwise. So yeah, if we ignore the P-switch, what can we do? We can, first of all, grab this mushroom from this side. And then it's possible to... No, it's not, because it's a one-way panel. Not possible to slide under. So I was thinking, like, is there any way to, you know, maybe move a mushroom into the center? Like, is there anything that would clip this guy's wings? Is there anything that can be done with a spin jump, perhaps, which we haven't really strongly considered? Or some way to dislodge these guys from below? Yeah, because I mean, so let's think about what I have not really thought about doing. Like, first of all, I still don't understand this track. I don't know what's going on with the track at all. Secondly, I don't know if this mushroom is required or if it's a safety buffer to get you from left to right, the same way that this mushroom would be a safety buffer to get you from right to left. Ultimately, we do need some mushroom to walk to the left with the P-switch in hand. We need some mushroom, and ideally we need a mushroom to fall into the center, but that's assuming we don't kill these. Like, it is possible to do this without killing the Spinies if you re-obtain a mushroom while you're invincible. Okay, so it is just for safety. Alright. So I'm thinking about this and thinking, like, what is there to do other than slide? Like, is there a wall jump, a spin jump? Like, we've tried both facing directions, we've tried just about everything here positionally. Maybe it's telling me to run left and then fall into the slide that way? I don't know. So, like, Terminus, I may as well ask, like, is this an execution problem right now? Because I would assume that it's not, but I don't know what I can do with it right now that isn't adjusting the execution of whatever it is I'm doing in this corner. Yeah, because I think I'm having trouble reading, like, what kind of thing I am missing. Whether it is, like, understanding the sliding state and how to maintain it. I need a certain technique for right execution. It's just not easy to do once I figure it out, okay.
Oh no!
Okay. So we need to get into the slide and then... I actually don't know how the twirl interacts with the slide. I assumed it cancelled it, but off the top of my head I'm not really clear. Like, one thing I was considering with the arrow pointing to the wall is that it is implying some kind of wall jump. It's just easy to do once I figure it out. So, yeah, there's some kind of approach here that I'm currently missing. Whoops, no, bad idea. Hang on. That's okay, that was survivable. Okay. Well, much better than having to do the old way over and over. Given how many issues we're seeing with this next room. So I need a certain technique. What's our technical repertoire in... I can just stay up for a spit. Yeah, I should think about that. But... So our technical repertoire in this game, in SMBU, is... We got a twirl, we got a ground pound, we got a ground pound cancel. We have this slide. We... have a spin wall jump as well, potentially. It's almost like it's asking me to wall jump off the bottom left, right? Like where I do a slide. And then do some kind of crouch into that. That's it. That's it. We got it. Slide, spin, jump, down. Yeah, no, I didn't know that maintained a sliding state. Or... Well, no, I mean, the idea behind maintaining a sliding state is that you needed your position to miss this. It would not have occurred to me that the spin jump would do that for me. Spin jump not needed, okay. Yeah, I guess it's not. Yeah, because I was looking at this and thinking, okay, is this my takeoff point, or is this, like, telling me something about this particular spot? And it turns out it's that I spin off this. I guess, I mean, you know, the spacing for this is pretty constrained by the fact that this is a one-screen. And I still have to deal with this spiny, by the way. But... yeah, it didn't occur to me that that'll be what's necessary. I'm trying to see now whether we can apply the same technique to the second one. Yeah, I think it would have... The thing I'm saying about the spacing of one screen and why this is constricted is that I think the wall jump idea would have occurred to me much sooner if this track were not tucked against this corner. Like, if it were something that was positioned in a way that had this junction further above ground, then that makes it extremely obvious that it's a wall jump. But of course here, like, this is all the space that you have available to work with, right? Like, you can't actually do anything different here, really. So now we have the issue of dealing with this guy, which is still also unsolved. No. I was trying to reposition myself here. The trick here is that the slide is not preserved normally. You need a lot of momentum to preserve the slide. Hence the wall jump for speed maximization. Okay, no, I didn't know that. That it was based on the incoming momentum. Yeah, because I didn't quite see what was killing the slide, like whether it was just a timeout, which I assumed it was because that's how often it would work in something like a speedrun level. Right? Or if it was because I was nudging a corner or something. So if that's the first interaction, possibly we can go back to what we were thinking earlier with the P-switch and use that as a kind of wall. No, I guess not. Or have the P-switch freeze the conveyor belt such that I can still get the slide, but without the conveyor belt moving me over. No. Because that just doesn't get me over at all. Okay. I mean, there is this whole thing with a cloud over it. Yeah, but no matter what, I do need to keep mushroom. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, no, because I'm standing on ground. Well, the fact that I can get down here now tells me that I can probably just run it and crouch through it. Maybe. Like if I chuck the P-switch, then let's try to dash through it, perhaps. No. So yeah, this is still not going to do much to solve my problem here, which is that we have to get rid of this guy or speed through him and have the mushroom available. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious we do need to use the P-switch. And possibly no. Hang on. 28 seconds, we'll have to redo this. Yeah, I'm trying to reverse here now, but I'm just overshooting every time with the conveyor belt behaving the way it does, so. Like you land here, but then is there something I can do to shove it with the P? Well, we'll need to redo it anyway. And so yeah, that took me a while. But now that we can buy some time on the next attempt, we might be able to get the second half of that. Okay. Then we'll leave this. We'll come down here. Nope. Oh yeah, you said something about firing the shell from up top. I should actually consider that for a change. Imagine that, doing things the easy way. Who ever heard of that? It's funny because that was something you mentioned about an hour ago. And would have simplified things quite a bit. Okay, let's try to do this once again. So we got that. Now, can we reposition this guy such that I can either land on top of it or it moves over? If I take damage to manipulate its direction, that does nothing currently. I don't know if taking damage here and maybe shoving it with a P does anything. No, not really shove it, but the way that it's trapped on either side. Yeah, because we need to maintain a slide, but then so I'm trying to apply the same principle for maintaining the slide. And no, no, I see what's going on. Instead, I'm kind of changing my direction halfway. No. Yeah, it seems like I just kind of bend back here. Like if I consistently face left into this, then I'm still a little tight against that wall. No, I want to face left going into this jump though. There we go. That took me way too long. So it's not going to be the P-switch, but it is going to be, I think, the... If it's not the P-switch, what do I need to... Yeah, because the P is just activated by the Muncher. The Muncher isn't going to push it, so... I mean, it's not going to be anything like this. Yeah, so I would need something to push the Muncher. And currently that would probably require that to be the Mushroom. If I'm not mistaken, because P-switch will activate immediately, but we can also come over here and maybe move the Twister somehow. Yeah, bump the Twister perhaps, and the Twister, if it gets bumped, would be able to lift the Muncher slightly higher. I think that's the way to do it, is that the P-switch can't be the object lifted, the P-switch has to be the object doing the lifting. Which is interesting, like this little bump here. It looks like it's probably going to be the thing that works, but at the same time, it's not quite doing it. No, because then it overlaps and then that happens. Well, 170 seconds to do this before we have to fight with a slide again. But yeah, it's giving me a bit of a bump, and enough of a bump that... There we go, we just need to slide into it like that. Good. Way out of the woods. At long last. After puzzle 4 out of 7, which... Well, hopefully the other ones go better. Squirrels and stars, no checkpoint yet. 130 seconds for this one. Let's see. It is going to be something seesaw based. It is going to be something using spiny damage. We need to let it drop first before it goes down through the bumper, and then we can swap its direction. Nope. Hang on. Ideally, we have something else that we can use to stack. No, we can hit the on-off switch to trap. Trap this. And then trap. Did I pick up a checkpoint? Okay, I didn't even look at that properly, I suppose. I actually didn't even notice as I went up. Probably because I was keeping in mind the possibility that you would have... well, it wouldn't be a separate room because you've already used the other subworld. But, you know, you get the idea. Knocked us up. 58. Looks like we're supposed to do something to brace that properly. Or we can just... yeah, no, we're going to do the spiny wake up, actually. It would be... Do it. Do its wake up over here, perhaps. There we go. Then that one's simple. After the last two, that was a lot better. Wow. Okay. We're going to time out for this one anyway, so I'm just going to take a quick look at it. There's going to be a spring coming out of the left side pipe, mushrooms at the right side. Haven't quite seen what's going on with the one-way panel on the bottom left, but it looks like an on-off switch is going to unleash something. Open up something on the left side pipe when we get to it. And yeah, I can see that it's following the colors of the rainbow, taking full advantage of the mix and match semi-solids that you get in the Sky theme. Okay, let's tap this. Get rid of that. Okay, let's do this, move it over slightly. Open this up. Yeah, quick room. Felt like an absolute relief after struggling for so long on 3 and 4. Definitely the hardest time I've had with any puzzles today, I think. The 4th room in particular, and to some extent the Yoshi room. But the Yoshi room was a bit of a tunnel vision issue. I mean, the 4th one I just truly did not know the mechanic. Or did not understand it well enough to think of it. So it's going to be spinies on the left side. The spinies, as usual, can be manipulated through ground pounding and such, but it looks like we would need a mushroom over here to get rid of that brick while we are still in the on state. One way we can do it is just by bouncing a mushroom using the trampoline, perhaps, but let's see what we can do here. On switch is going to block a bunch of stuff. Yeah, the left side red pipe, like that open slot with the red state block beside that, that looks interesting in its own way. Can I get through? No. How do I go that slowly? I feel like it was theoretically doable, but that we're not making a good show of it. Okay, tap this guy. Yeah, like the spiny tap thing, I don't think I knew systematically. But it was something that you can kind of understand over the course of playing the puzzle, right? Whoops. Like, it is pretty easily discoverable. I don't know if that's really the case with the ground pound interaction. That seemed a little bit trickier. Okay. Not the ground pound, the wall jump, rather. Okay. Let's do this. Nope. Nope. Come on. Yeah, that's the thing about having this as a series of one screens is that, like, occasionally I'm making a lot of mistakes just from things being claustrophobic, which is fairly typical as far as one screens go, I suppose. That is a risk of the format. You know, execution mistakes that just come from things being cramped. But anyway, we'll get that. Okay. So yeah, we can Press this down. No.
Oh no!
No, I can't go for that, because there's just no time then. We shouldn't try to risk that when I've got to re-clear this room from scratch. Hang on. Also, I totally didn't take advantage of the one-way panel that was in the bottom center here. Let's try to get the ground pound with enough spacing to make it work. Nope. Too slow. Nope. Yeah, just a lot of little things that we have to adjust to here. Nope, hang on. Next cycle. Nope, just keep missing. Okay, let's get over here. What? Okay, let's not try to go for the icicle thing this time. Let's see what other options I have. Do we want the on-state or the off-state going towards the icicle? That's something important to determine here. If I have the mushroom, well, let's see. I don't see what other options I have other than to do this the risky way, though. Oh, no, why didn't I just go under the icicle? Why was I jumping back there every time? We could just go through the semi-solid underneath like a sensible person. That was very silly. Now, what if we allow the mushroom to pump this way? There we go. And then we can bump it up further and escort it over. Like this. Nope. Yeah, because the mushroom doesn't go all the way up. It, like, you would bump it up, and then it would fall in this location, right? Let's see what actually happens here. No, it doesn't go nearly high enough. Free Bowser? Yeah, well, we're getting there, Netcat. Yeah, Netcat, don't know how many of these you've played already yourself. Here we go. Yeah, I just needed to let the donut block stay in place. Now we're in business. Now we can do this. Okay, good. Now we can get on this side, and with the mushroom, I'm able to, first of all, let's pin this down. Oh, hang on. I missed. That's okay, we can go around. Now that we've opened this up. We can go around and still, I think, stay on this side of the one-way panel. We're gonna make the Spiny walk. And trap the Spiny on this side. The way we've been doing. Oh, nope, and it dies. I need to get the Spiny to go up the... Yeah, I need to take damage and swap its direction again. And then load it up on the seesaw. That seems to be the way of things. Except it's past a one-way panel, so nope, will not be it. Cat, I'm not a judge for the contest. I was a bit late to all of that. I was originally in discussion for that, but I basically couldn't commit to it at the time because I was, first of all, really busy with Maker 1 content, and secondly, also really short on streaming time in a general sense. So I didn't partake in a judging myself, and you know what? It's kind of nice to just play a partial selection and not have to worry about scoring people. So, what if we trapped one in between? Yeah, no, I think that's the idea here. That we need to trap it in between before it crosses the one-way panel. Then we come back down through the middle. So yeah, we trap it like this. Problem now is that I need to basically race it back across. And can I do that? I feel like I should have pinned down a seesaw before I attempted to do this, because we want to pin down the seesaw on the right side. And whoops, no. We're running out of time here. Yeah, because the Spiny is going to overshoot for sure. We didn't actually need to, whoops, do that though. Like, we didn't need to maintain the seesaw in that position. That was just kind of a temporary fix earlier. And we can just... Nope, hang on. Let's not take damage. There we go. The hard part about there being so many judges is the fact that we're very few puzzle streamers left for playtesting purposes. Yeah, part of the idea, in fact, Teramis, was that if I declined to judge, I could remain open as a playtester, but the thing is, my hours for puzzle streams or viewer levels were so short in the early weeks of the year, and so inaccessible to people that it didn't end up panning out. But
Oh no!
because I was explicitly thinking, like, it makes sense that, you know, at least some people would sit out, because if you have a situation where, like, Grokowski, Acorn, Street Rat, everybody like that, Chicheri, like, they're all scoring, then you'll get a lot of private playtesting, but not a lot of video tests going on. Since everybody is just occupied. I mean, on the other hand, nice to see that much exposure, of course, but for stuff that is as playtesting heavy as puzzles, you can see why maybe some things like the Room 4 issue, in terms of the difficulty or the obscurity here, could have been much more easily exposed. Like, I don't know how much easier some other streamers had it with that room. But it's the kind of thing where, you know, you would think that for people who play as much Mario Maker as we do, that we would notice stuff by now. But, come on. Yeah, the timing on this is pretty finicky. Let's, I mean, part of the issue is I'm just not very good at ground pounds. In terms of ensuring that I'm securing enough height to land them accurately, especially with that little one-tile protrusion on the right side here. There we go. Yeah, Terminus, hopefully I can actually finish this. I'm way over time to the point that, like, there is a small chance I may have to cut off at any moment. Yeah, but I would like to see it through. Given that we're fairly close. Okay. What were we doing here? We needed to maintain this. Then move that. Then we come here. Squash this. Move this down. Move. This guy, nope, wrong way. Let's just let it move. Have I played Major's Puzzle yet? No, I haven't. I was hoping to get to it today, but this is clearly the last one I'm doing. Because when I started yours, I was thinking, oh, I can probably stay for about an hour. This will be easy to fit in, and then I'll possibly even get a second one in. Then I hit room 3 and 4 in this puzzle, and things did not go well, as you see. Okay, let's preload that first, so I don't need to fuss with positioning it. And, oh, it's going to come back down. No, it's on top of the semi-solid. That's good. Then I probably want to trap it again, right? Because I don't want to have issues with it going up. Actually, no. Yeah, I do need to trap it like this because we need to go back down here and probably ground pound the seesaw again, or chuck this towards it. Yeah, just throw it here. Nope. Oh, that's trouble. Hang on. I need to not hit the bumper, and then we'll salvage this. Yeah, like I said, I don't know if people generally... I know you said it was more obscure than you expected, but I don't know if anybody had quite as much trouble as I did there. Because that was rather bad. And, whoops. It seems oddly specific. There is a kind of one-tile slot next to... Yeah, there's like a one-tile corner by the semi-solid here. Maybe I can bump that. Whoops. Hard to position my throws here. There we go. And then, oh, this guy's gonna come back. Yeah, there are a lot of little things here that are... Okay, let's trap it. Let's see if it's going to continue. Okay. I mean, I clearly need to escort it up top. Let's see. Yeah, no, it's gonna come down. Like, there's no way I can beat that timing.
Oh,
Whoa.
no.
Yeah, definitely I think the risk of, like, stacking this many puzzles in a column like this, which is, you know, what qualifies it for the contest in a way that a traditional kind of hub-based multi-checkpoint level wouldn't quite do, is that time per puzzle actually becomes a serious issue. In that it is like working on puzzles that have a much shorter, say, 200-second time limit to them, where you have to run into issues with resets. And that's just a risk of the format. I mean, you know, the idea itself is pretty ambitious. Nope, we forgot to tap the on-off switch. So we need to think about what the final interaction here is going to be. I actually wanted to get the spiny shell over here, right? Like, I want to eventually fire it. Like, I need to knock it out somehow. And yeah, I hit the spiny in some way that allows it to walk over here. Although I guess if it's falling into this slot, we want it to fall into that slot, because then I can spring it back up. And I want it to walk. Well, I mean, I need the spiny to hit this on-off switch remotely when I'm already through, right? Like, so I would want to stand in the middle here, holding the shell. You fire to the left, deflects to the right. It comes down here, and then bounces up, and then goes. Yeah, that's... going to be a little tricky, but... Like, because the idea, I think, is that I have to sit here and fire the shell, and currently I don't know how to hold the shell in the first place in terms of how that's going to happen. The only way I can think of is to lure the spiny on top of this on-off switch so I can hit from here and flip it, because that's actually going to be my only location for flipping it anywhere, if I understand this correctly. And yeah, okay, so we'll take that. Yeah, because where else would it really even be flipped? Hang on. Ah. Overstepped my bounds once again. And then, yeah, we'll go over like this. So yeah, that's going to go up slope. We head back down. Try to move it up. Interesting P block that's above that spiny. I don't know how we'll deal with it. So the idea here is that we can move it up, then I need to figure out how to move it up even further, basically. Nope. It's okay, that resets it. Salvages it somewhat. Nope. Need to cycle it around. Yeah, that's fine. That's not fine. Okay, let's try it again. Yeah, I have to be pretty careful with where we stand here. Nope. At least it does flip around. So I don't have to deal with it being totally stray. Now the idea was that if I got it onto the left side, I wanted it to... Nope. It's going to deflect against this block. Yeah, no, that was too late, I think. I want to flip it to the top so I can get it to land on top of that on-off switch and then... flip it into a shell that I can pick up and take with me. Okay, how about this? Nope. I need to stay under it. Not. Nope. Not. Go back down. Up over here. Nope. Too soon. Walk it over here. Good. And then... And totally miss. Because of these bumpers. 70 seconds to finally position this accurately. I know what I want to do. I know where I want the shell to be. But actually doing this stuff is taking a lot of time. It might cost me the full reset. Because I've known about this step for a while in terms of what to do with it. But the throwing accuracy has perhaps not been there, and nope. Okay, let's try it again. Nope. Yeah, no, this is going to be a reset. It's just the second throw is something that I need to get on top of this. I need to get Spiny on top of this level so it walks down to the on-off switch. That's all I need to do. And the throw is just not happening. I think I may have to take damage there to do it. Okay, let's grab a mushroom just for safety. Okay, it should flip just fine at that location. Okay, doing that about as cleanly as I'll be able to manage. And then now let's get over here and see if we can recreate the sequence. And there is still going to be one more room after this, which we have no time to look at, just given the execution issues here. Okay. That should be fine. Let's take it. Okay. Hang on. Just want to do it like this, and then walk across. Let's not accidentally pick this up. And we are back to where we were, with 400 seconds to burn on this next interaction. Nope. Nope, too close. It's deflecting off the wall. And I'm deflecting off the bumpers. Very typical outcome here. Hang on. Nope. Not even close. We'll probably have to take damage here. And then... No, I was hoping to pop it up like that. I'm pretty sure I said something in, or rather saw something in the puzzles contest spec. As with the last one, as with Deserted Yoshi, where the recommendation was that things are tuned to be playable in half an hour. That's a very tall order for puzzles, and I'm sure that's absolutely nobody really obeyed that. But still, maybe pushing 3 hours on this one was a little over my expectations. Okay. Nope. It doesn't go that way. Just does not do it. Like, but popping it directly on top of that P block is also not doing it. Like, it's not getting it far enough. Yeah, I actually do need to move it directly left to right. I can't have it get up on the pipe on the left side. Nope. Like, that's the way to do it. You just need to get a little bit closer. Yeah, the tunnel vision happens when I've been on something too long. Whoop. There comes a point where you don't improve as rapidly as you do when you go in fresh. No, because it's pulling it back, this thing. I think I need to throw from a slightly different position. I don't know. Like from here, perhaps? Nope. Well, from the early puzzles, particularly the first two, I was thinking, oh, it just blasts through this. This will be no problem. And then we hit the stuff that actually pushed me a bit. Okay, this positioning isn't going to work. It's just pulling the spiny back too hard. We need to take advantage of the fact that this is a slope and have it like really kind of walk on top of an offset. Nope. I may actually have to call it after this timeout, by the way. It's really unfortunate given how close we are. But I am massively over time. But we will try to continue Tower Escape at some point this week. Either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I want to squeeze in as much as we can before Kirby comes out, basically. Because my plans have not been quite set in place for that yet. Nope. So yeah, this timeout will probably be it for now, and we'll have to come back to this one later. But at least we have solutions for the early rooms now, such that like they should not be too difficult to reproduce, except for maybe the second spiny slide in room 4, which I feel like would, and of course this segment here, which, you know, I'm probably just not finding a good throw for it. But we've been spinning wheels in this for quite some time, so. Come on. Nope. Yeah, too much drag. I think maybe I should take advantage of the fact that I can swap its direction with damage again. And just move it back once more, but... Nope. Just can't get it in a position. It's just very tricky. Like if I, whoops, overshoot here. And then, nope. Yeah, we're gonna call it for now. That is as much as I can do on it. Wow, 7:11 clear check. Yeah, I can believe it. Even if you notice solutions, like things here are execution dependent enough that, not a clear check, rather, the world record. What am I saying? Things are execution dependent enough that it would be difficult to do with much consistency. What was the clear check time? 5:42. Okay, so plenty of squeezing to be done on this. Multiplayer versus matches played at 2. Multiplayer versus matches completed. That would be a different question. Yeah, 5-minute clear check, 7-minute record. Yeah, difficult one to push, I think, just because some things are rather difficult to nail down consistently. Anyway, thank you for dropping by for such a long session, regardless, Teramis. We will try to catch you for a continuation, if I do manage to fit in another Tower Escape stream later this week. And hopefully I'll remember most of what we've accomplished so far to get over to room number 6 out of 7. And I'll have to think about what it is we're doing in room 6 that we can repair. But yeah, this definitely significantly extended the amount of puzzling I was doing today, just as I thought it would finish. And yeah, Acorn has finished, of course, as a judge. Rubens Cube, Grukowski, a lot of the judging crew, basically. So we'll get there, we'll join the club. But we have a number of things to sort out with it first, so. Alright, thank you folks for dropping by. There will be more towers to come. and we'll see how much we can do with this level the next time we get a chance to look at it. With that said, I've got to bid you all farewell, so we'll send you on a raid somewhere very soon. Thanks once again for watching. Stay tuned for our next destination, and I will find somebody interesting very shortly. Until then, fare thee well.